All right, welcome everyone. So this will be an Octopath Traveler Galdera speed run. It's a relay race between Team Break and Team Boost. On the left side, we'll have Legoer of Egos going, and then on the right side, we'll have Looter Scooter going, and then they'll pass it off 1/3 of the way through and such. I'm Anime Fan X11. I'll be one of your commentators. Would the other commentator like to introduce himself too?
Hi, I'm Quadra. I also run this category. I ran this category earlier in this event, so uh, yeah, you all can also check that out if you're interested in this category.
All right, great. So I'll do a countdown, and then the runners will get started. So three, 2, 1, and go. All right, and we can see both runners starting off. Of course, this will start with Tressa, chapter 1. Um, and this Tressa is pretty much the standard starting character for the full game speedrun. We'll see a typical chapter 1 where she buys a Wolf's Bow, which is a powerful bow to defeat her first boss as well. Quadra, did you want to talk about the chapter 1 or like why we start with Tressa and such or anything?
There's a lot of reasons why Tressa is a really good character to start with. Well, first of all, she's like the most overpowered character in this speedrun, most probably. She has access to very strong skills for damage. She really just she prints money just by walking around. She can purchase stuff, which is really good because you can get access to some really strong items without having to gamble on steals and stuff. Overall, she's just really good to start with, and she's very near the Scholar Shrine as well, which, as many of you all know, is essential to kickstarting this run with exploration. I'd just like to quickly add that I didn't notice whether any of the runners got it, but basically Tressa can also give you discounts. The chance scales based on her level, and they do matter a bit later on in the run. But you can also get the discounts here, and it's just really funny when you get like one leaf discounts in this chapter because they're pretty much just time loss.
Yes, you do want to get some discounts later down the line. It will help like with some purchases later, especially the Viper Dagger. But yeah, early on when it's just one leaf, it makes basically no difference, and it's just time loss. So, also we see the runners here opting to break and flee. So that's just to guarantee the pass through. Also, in the chapter 1, they bought an extra grape as well. That's just a little bit of safety because you do feed Kit a grape as well. But then you might end up using some during exploration and such.
Yeah, I do appreciate the runners going for the breaks here, and also we do see a little bit of walking mixed in with the running. Prior to getting evasive maneuvers, walking actually does increase the distance that you can travel before you get an encounter. So the runners just using that in order to decrease the chances of them getting a third encounter on the screen. I do believe Lego actually did only get 2 encounters, so that was great to see.
And then this is the first dungeon. Well, way back in earlier runs of this category and in Tressa single story, when doing this dungeon, we would get a soul stone that's located a little upward. That strat was later improved upon, so you can go straight to the boss. And usually, in the majority of cases, you'll skip the second encounter, which is nice. And then this boss, Mick and Mac, because it's 2 of them, their HP is split, and the idea is to burst down the right guy first, and then the left guy powers up a little bit, but then you quickly can burst him, whittle him down and then break and defeat him as well. There was a slight optimization that Almegas came up with. Almegas is a well-known speedrunner. He basically like made a script to avoid the left guy's big attack, Pirate's Pride. And there's a slight variation in how that's done, but depending on the turn order, you can avoid the worst of his attack.
Interestingly, the strat to skip the Thunder S was actually created by not a Tressa single story runner. It's actually created by Zero, who is running Galdera. It's just pretty nice to see that this strat actually just came from something that's not like for the character story herself. If I make sense there, I just wanted to point that out.
And we see Lego has cleared her boss, and it's fully scripted, so it's pretty safe.
Yeah, the nice thing about this fight is that you have no chance of Tressa going down to unlucky crit from Pirate's Pride. There's still a really small chance that she can go down if you get a lot of damage prior to your heal and also an unlucky crit. But the chances of things going wrong is significantly reduced.
Mm-hmm. And Looter's also through now too. Also, notably, the boss drops a large or a medium ice soulstone, so that's crucial for defeating a Kate if you run into it. I believe both runners are opting to use the Kate mod, which will guarantee a spawn of that rare encounter in Atlas Stem Flats area, and it's just a nice wealth of experience, job points, and money early on, and that allows you to quickly go towards Scholar Shrine and use the job points from it to get the skills for Scholar.
Yeah, the Kate actually gives the Kate mod in particular actually gives a considerable increase in consistency with the early game. The Kate grind for Tressa is notoriously very bad because you only have about 4 to 6 encounters to try to get that 3% encounter chance for the Kate. Yeah, and you can also get ambushed by the Kate and it just runs away. So the Kate mod just makes things a lot easier to start a run. The alternative is to go to Whistlewood. Prior to... Well, originally, if you wanted to not run with a Kate, like for example in a marathon setting where you're just learning out, you would have to get Cyrus because he has access to evasive maneuvers because he's a scholar. But recently, for the non-Kate route, we started just going to Whistle with Tressa instead and just killing 2 encounters there instead. So the routes now more closely resemble each other, the non-Kate route and the Kate route. Prior to that, they diverged somewhat significantly in the early game and in the middle game.
Yeah, the Whistlewood was a recent development that I believe you took the idea from the Japanese runners who were experimenting with that, right, Quadra, or something?
Yeah, so the Japanese runners started going to Whistlewood with just Tressa and using the Ice Soulstone to kill the encounter there, and then teaching Hired Help to kill another encounter with Hired Help. So that would give you enough JP to start the run as if you got a Kate. The only downside of that is, well, it's slower, of course. Another downside is that you also have less levels and HP, so this Dancer Shrine encounter here is going to be a lot more dangerous without the Kate. Okay, we see Lego. Yeah, Lego's getting through the encounter, no problem. The ship is pretty infamous for being able to put Tressa to sleep, and if it repeatedly does that, you can pretty much get caught in a loop and have and not be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, very frustrating that when it occurs. But we see Lego quickly getting Scholar, and then Looter's also making her way as well. Also, when we summon hired help dancers, oh, it looks like maybe a misclick. I think on Looter's side, unfortunately. But the idea is to summon bandits early on, so that or no, dancers early on, so that it defeats the left bird. But also, there's a chance of statusing the right ram, and that's also important because it can help because like if it's asleep, you get a free flee as well. But unfortunately, this will probably be a wipe.
We have one more
Okay,
chance here to escape.
maybe. Hey,
There we go.
nice.
Okay, sometimes lucky.
Yes.
All right, so good to see that both runners are past the Noble Court encounter, which tends to be one of the hurdles in this early game. So imagine you had to go through that like after 3 hours of grinding for a K. That's pretty frustrating, or very nerve-wracking at times.
Mm-hmm. Also, Tressa has one of the slightly better walks to Scholar. Some other characters just have to keep YOLO fleeing and hoping. The fact that she has hired help does help, because it just you don't have to deal with the bird and the bird's damage, and then if you status the ram, or she has the bow to break it as well. All that can help. Some characters like Alphen or Therian coming here, they just have to keep hoping that they get the flee, which is a little frustrating sometimes.
Yeah,
After,
with all that being said, Tressa actually does have an easier time getting past the Scholar Shrine encounter, so we can't complain too much, honestly, but it is still frustrating to go down to it after grinding for a Kate if you're not running with the Kate mod.
After we tag Noble Court, which because it's right nearby, the runners may make their way to Atlas Dam. You could optionally tag Atlas Dam on the way earlier, especially if you're grinding a Kate. Then you would get like 1 or 2 extra encounters going in and out, which can help. But if you are running with the Kate mod, it's a little bit more consistent to just wait until you get Scholar, get evasive maneuvers, and then run back, because you avoid the encounters along the way.
Yeah, so now we see the runners just going around and tagging towns. We call this tagging. So basically, they just go into towns and leave. This allows you to warp back to them later, because you can warp to any town that you've visited before. We're basically just going around the continent looking for good stuff, picking up good stuff, tagging towns along the way so we can warp back to them. We're in like the preparation phase of the run, so we're not going to do any fighting yet. We're kind of underprepared for that. So we need to go and get some gear, get some money, and then we'll be able to pick up some more characters, and then we'll be able to start the run proper.
And we'd like to have Tressa for this, because in the top left corner as well, she is generating money as she moves along. So if you're gonna be moving with any character through all these screens and tagging places and picking up stuff, it's ideal to have her in that party at the very least. And then the next character we get will also be very useful, because he has the ability to pick up like special chests in the game, which are unique and offer very powerful stuff as well. On the left-hand side, we see Lego picking up Warrior already. So this will be the first of 7 base jobs that we get. In this run, there's one job that isn't necessary to pick up, but all the others have some function and are pretty crucial to the run.
Pretty much every class besides the apothecary class is gonna get picked up. We'll talk about apothecary class more later and why the shrine got cut. But yeah, every job has besides every job that we pick up has something very important to contribute.
Yeah.
Well, we got the scholar class original. I mean, now just because we want evasive maneuvers, but it's going to be essential for buffing our damage later with the divine skill elephants. And the warrior class is essential for the support skill. What's it called again? Surpassing
Suppressing.
power. I was gonna call it do more damage, but yeah,
Yeah.
surpassing power, which allows you to do 5 9s of damage instead of 4.
Yep. It's also important for breaking some enemies and such, like Drysang and some other bosses and such. It's useful for.
That's absolutely correct. We see runners, other runners going through Stoneguard now. Lego is actually at Moonstruck, doing a save and quit there to get to the Scholar Shrine without
Remember,
any encounter. And yeah, this Stoneguard encounter you can actually get. I'm not sure if Lego got it. I didn't see.
did not.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, oh, that's very good. Because this encounter is a little annoying when you get it. But
Yeah.
fortunately, Tressa can break it and run very easily with bandits. It's just there's just a pretty decent chance you do get the encounter, and if you get ambush, it can get a little bit dicey. But both runners just getting through the screens with 0 encounters, so that's always nice to
Yeah.
see.
Yeah. During exploration, you really just the encounters are just time loss, and you don't really have a ton of HP or other members to help survive surprise attacks and such, so it could be deadly.
Not much explanation needed on why we're getting the Merchant Shrine. It's probably the most overpowered class in the game, and especially in the early game. And just having access to 2 merchants makes it really, really easy to clear a lot of the bosses in this early game while we're still ramping up our power.
Yeah. And then we'll be making our way toward Grandport specifically. Grandport is Tressa's Chapter 4 town. It's a market town, so a lot of the NPCs there, thematically, they just have a lot of stuff for sale, and then Tressa can purchase the stuff. Also, along the way there's actually money that we can pick up, which is not that far out, like just a few steps out of the way, and it's a good chunk of money too. So it works in tandem, because you can pick up the money, you can go to the town, you can buy some stuff, and then there's even more money in the town as well. So, and then because you eventually have to come here anyway, then you might as well come here early on and buy the useful stuff and things.
I'd also like to mention that a lot of these screens are dangerous. Now, even though we have evasive maneuvers, it's still not guaranteed to make it past the screens and get all the items we want without having any risk of encounters. So, for example, this Thunder L here. If you want to pick up the Thunder L and then go into Grandport, there's a small risk of an encounter, which would absolutely be fatal if you got it. We see Lego not getting the encounter, so that's great. This Gold Shore screen is also dangerous, and the death can be quite slow. So hopefully we don't see an encounter there as well. And this is basically one of the frustrations of the early game. Again, especially if you're grinding for arcade and hours on end, and you have to make it through this 40-odd minute section of exploration, ideally without any deaths.
Yeah. In addition to that, when Lego tagged town, you could see her purchasing some things. The first thing we purchased was an adamantine shield. The NPC who sells it actually sells it significantly less than the store price of it, so that's good. Also, it adds a lot of elemental defense and also a decent bit of physical defense as well. So that'll be helpful for like a lot of bosses later on. It like makes them safer and things. And then in the back, and then she picked up some nuts and then also some other items like pomegranates. Pomegranates are especially useful because they give boost points in battle. So a lot of the strategies revolve around giving boost points at the right time to power up the attacks and such.
Yeah, the adamantine shield is... Oh, we got the birds on
Unfortunate.
for Looter. Let's see if Looter can get the YOLO flea. Unfortunately not.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this death is not the slowest because you already have the save and quit. You don't have to go through an extra screen transition to get back into the screen. And interestingly enough, this birds encounter is fixed. So if you do get the encounter again, it won't be birds again, but that's just a fun fact. I was going to mention that yes, the adamantine shield is a little bit expensive at this point of the run for just a defensive item, but it has a lot of utility when it comes to improving the overall consistency of this run. So we do want to pick that up. It will be used pretty much all the way until the end game, and it will be part of our defensive setup for the final boss as well.
Yeah. There are some various armor chests and other things we can pick up along the way. Like High House armor is a very famous one that a lot of routes, pretty much any route that goes near Marcelum or Wellspring will get it in the single stories. But that is another piece of armor, for example. But shields are actually a little bit harder to come across. I mean, there are some, but they're a little bit out of the way, or they're like in Chapter 4 dungeon. So getting a shield like that is helpful. I believe the route that that the runners today will be using also will be getting like an extra shield during Tressa's Chapter 3 and such as well.
Yeah, we'll explain that a little more when we get there, and there's also a little bit of history behind the Force Shield. So right now, oh yes, we're done with Grandport. So I should mention why we do go to Grandport early. Because Anime already mentioned why, because there's a lot of money there and lots of nice items that you can get for utility. But also, importantly, there are no purple chests along the way that are important to pick up. which is great because we don't have access to Therion yet. Therion's the character that allows us to open purple chests. So we're essentially going to be rushing there. We go to Grandport and we pick up some stones which we can use to pick up Therion. And then we're going to be continuing on the next stretch of exploration to all the areas where there are purple chests.
And we also see the runner. We'll see on the left-hand side, starting chapter 2 for Lego. While you start chapter 2, you have to do some purchases and such along the way. And then there's a lot of stones that that the NPCs have along the way that you can pick up. And it's just faster because oftentimes you'll be in the menu doing the purchase for the story. So then you might as well pick up some M stones along the way. And then there's also a large Thunder Soul Stone as well, which can provide a little bit of safety during the exploration phase in case you get a stray random encounter and such.
They're just getting a little bit unlucky with the extra encounters. For example, this encounter is pretty unlikely, the one that you get in this Clearburg screen.
Yeah.
So, Lego's making her way through Tressa's Chapter 2 here. We're not going to complete Tressa's Chapter 2 until much later. Well, not much later, but later. In the meantime, we're going to go to Stoneguard to pick up 2 pretty important accessories. The Mighty Belt and the Elemental Augmenter. The Mighty Belt's pretty much... It's not going to be... It's important, but it's not going to be used until the final boss. But Elemental Augmenter is essential for... going to be essential for our damage, because we're going to be relying pretty heavily on magic, elemental damage, for most of the run, pretty much all of the run. And the Elemental Augmenter just gives a huge boost in your elemental damage, 100 to be exact, which is a lot considering it's just one accessory slot. It's more than a lot of the staffs for the early game.
Yeah, also, it's the only accessory we can get in the to boost your elemental attack until there's a belt you can get later from a boss drop. But in the early game, if you want to improve your damage at all, it's like the only thing that you could put in that slot to increase it. So like, there's not even that many options, and that's the only NPC who has one before other chapters are completed, at least.
Yeah, you can honestly, you could just slap on the Elemental Augmenter and not have any weapon, and you'd still be doing pretty good damage, just because it just gives that much elemental damage.
Lego's skipping the Boulder Fall battle, which is good.
That one's very common.
Yeah. And then this is Therion, of course. So, as Quadra mentioned earlier, he has the ability to open purple chests, so that's why we get him as soon as possible. These 2 are basically going to be 2 of the 2 main core characters that we have throughout the entire speedrun, and then in addition to that, a DPS. A lot of, well, pretty much all of like the Galdera and all main story full game runs have this idea of like a core cast of characters who are maintained, and then eventually you rotate out the 4th slot in order to complete other characters and chapters and such. And that's faster than like swapping out to 4 new characters who all start at level 1, for example.
Yeah, these 2 are basically like the delinquent duo. You have Therion, who's pretty much misbehaving everywhere he goes because he never gets you the steals that you want, and there's Tressa, who I don't know. I guess it's just a meme, but. Yeah. Because you have to go through pretty much all of the early game with her, so anything bad that happens, you could probably just blame Tressa. It's something that runners like to do to keep themselves entertained while they go through the monotonous early game. Oh, speaking of which, we didn't even see Heathcote there. He just disappeared. Yeah, just throw a Thunder L at him. At this point, he doesn't have much HP. Chapter 1 bosses scale according to how many characters you've picked up. Their stats scale according to that. So with only 2 characters, Heathcote has only about 2900 HP. Yeah, that's correct. So Importantly, we have to use the Thunder L because the Soul Stones do 2700 damage if it doesn't hit for a weakness, 3500 if it does hit for a weakness. So we have to use a stone that targets Heathcote's elemental weakness.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh,
unfortunate.
that's unfortunate. Yeah, not.
The looter had 12 HP, and then the surprise did 16 damage. So just 4 more HP, and she would have survived. That's unlucky.
Yeah, and you would have gotten a free heal from picking Therion up, so that's
Yeah.
also, yeah, that's just unlucky. Because, especially considering you have the Kate levels, which reduces the chance of you getting an encounter on the getting ambushed by an encounter.
On the left side, we see Lego going into East Despair to do a step reset. This is not necessarily mandatory, but it does make it safer to reach the town. But you could also just opt to just run through, and you don't have like terrible odds of like reaching the town. And then it saves a little bit of time if you skip the step reset.
Yeah, I believe the encounter is about 25% to get, assuming your movement's good. The step reset costs about 12 seconds, so runners tend to do that if they just want to be safe, or if they just want to be safe, basically, or they're tired of resetting runs. But yeah, the step reset is feasibly skippable if you're kind of behind, or you just want to take a little bit of risk.
And also, the runners do have like a backup Thunder Soulstone Large. Also, I guess in general, the route is like a little more lenient on Soulstones now compared to before. Quadra, you've done some work on that. Did you want to talk about the Soulstones, or save that for later or something? Or
We can talk about it as we go along the way, but basically right now, runners only have one spare soulstone, which is the Thunder Owl, which they got in Marcelim. So that will
wait,
be,
yeah.
sorry.
I was gonna say Quarry Crest and Grandport area, but yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. So they have one spare Thunder L right now. So that can be used for random encounters. For example, this screen going to the Cleric Shrine, you can get an extra encounter here, which you can clear with the Thunder L. Lego doesn't get it, so that's great.
Yeah.
But later on, we will have to be mindful of the soul stones that we have. Basically, the main thing is that Hanet's chapters. Uh, we want to keep the soul stones for Hanet's chapters because she has to do a lot of provokes. Normally, you would have to capture monsters. The game intends for you to capture monsters and like just use them on MPs, like the provokes. But we don't have that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So we are going to use soul stones instead.
All right, and then of course along the way we pick up the sub jobs still, like the cleric. Cleric is very pivotal because of its support, its divine skill. Probably maybe the most useful divine skill in the entire run for what it can accomplish. And then we go to Maul of the Ice Dragon. So this has a good chunk of money, but also a very powerful hat. The highest elemental attack hat in the entire game. And as Quadra mentioned earlier, the magic is going to be our primary DPS for pretty much the whole entire game. So getting a really powerful hat that also gives a lot of bulk as well defensively is really useful.
Yeah,
88.
the adamantine hat gives 88, I believe, elemental attack. 88 elemental attack, which is almost as much as the elemental augmenter, and it's more than what any body armor can give. For reference, we pick up the sorcerer's robe, and that gives 50 elemental attack, and the elemental heavy armor gives 36. 36, 42, 42. 36 is what we used to get the elemental robe. Oh, looks like Lura didn't go for the gamble on Victor's Hollow. Unlucky to get the encounter and also get
Yeah,
wiped out by it.
unfortunate. This screen, I believe, has the shortest encounter rate in the entire game, like the shortest distance that an enemy can spawn, I believe.
Yeah,
So it is. Sorry, God.
Go ahead, go ahead. No, don't worry.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say you can get it with a short number of steps if you roll badly. So
Yeah, this screen is really frustrating because it really feels like you can just get through it in an encounter, but the step counter is just really much shorter for this screen, and so even just going to the Hunter's Shrine from Victor's Hollow, such a short distance, there is a minuscule risk of getting an encounter. And even going to the what do you call it, the Still Snow screen, you also can get an encounter, albeit with very low odds. So while Looter's making her way to the Maw of the Ice Dragon, we see Lego making her way to Marcellum. So we're tagging Wellspring on the way, doing another step reset at the southern, eastern Wellspring Sands. You can actually make it to Wellspring without doing a step reset, but the chances of getting the encounter is pretty high, and it's also pretty annoying to flee from that encounter, or to get rid of that encounter. You basically have to use Tressa's Blizzard to break the scorpions, and then you have to use the Thunder L to kill the encounter, because if you don't break the scorpions, they don't die to the Thunder L.
yeah, you would need a Wind Soulstone Large, which we don't have access to right now. Also on the right hand side, we see Looter using her backup Soulstone because she got the encounter. Unfortunate luck there. I do also want to mention that like Looter skipped the large olive in the Hunter Shrine. It's not mandatory or anything, but yeah, so it saves a few seconds if you do want to skip it. But if you did pick it up, it could be like a backup for reviving someone or something if a battle goes south.
Yeah, we see Looter not getting the best of luck in this exploration. You can see how like just little time losses like that can really add up and impact the pace of your run. So this is what runners look for when they are grinding out a good time or a PB time in this category. You really want to make sure that your early game is as free of blemishes as you can help. Of course, there comes a time where your desperation to get on a run really takes over your tolerance level for time loss. So, yeah, that's just something that runners have to really keep in mind, or that's a decision that runners have to make when they want to prioritize their sanity over their time.
Mm. So on the left-hand side, we can see Lego going toward Everhold area, but also another major dungeon. Probably the most important dungeon in terms of just loot for the entire game that we get. Two extremely powerful weapons that we get in the dungeon, which is the Knowledge Staff, which has the highest elemental attack for a staff that we can get access to at this point, and then the Death Claver, which is the highest physical attack for an axe that we can get access to at this point, just in the entire overworld. And they're both sitting in the same dungeon, so that is actually a little bit convenient. But because we're in the area already, we want to tag the town nearby, which is Everhold, but the encounter is very dangerous, so we will do another save and quit here. It is a little tight on steps, so you do want to run efficiently. So hopefully she doesn't get the encounter.
Yeah, you can definitely get encounters to and fro from the save point. In Everhold, we're going to pick up the Sorceress Robe that I mentioned. Anime already mentioned the stuff you can pick up in the Everhold Tunnel, so I'll take this time to talk about the Sorcerer's Robe. So the Sorcerer's Robe is pretty much the best body armor you can get when it comes to increasing your elemental attack. It also has a lot of bulk. I believe it has like something like 287 elemental defense or something, which is just 287. Well, it's something really high, which is just it's absolutely bonkers. But yeah, the problem with the elemental, the sorcerer's robe is just that it's really expensive. It costs 38,000 leaves to get, and that translates to roughly about 30 seconds or so. Because in order to save that 30,000 in order to get that 30,000, we also see Looter does go for the YOLO. I do actually wait. I just make a quick digression
Sure.
here, and also Lego getting the
Unlucky.
tunnels encounter, so that helps Looter catch up a bit, I guess. But yeah, I do want to quickly give mention to Looter here because she is going for the she's taking a risk here because Looter knows that she's behind probably, so does go for these risks to try to save time. Unfortunately, it's not paying off, but I do respect the decision. But yeah, again, back to the Sorcerer's Rope. The problem is that it's really expensive, and in order to fund the exorbitant price of this equipment, you probably have to pick up extra money, and one of those chests would be, for example, in Ophelia Chapter 4, where you do a save and quit and get the 30,000 leaves at the end of the dungeon. So that costs about 30 seconds. So in the previous route, what we would do is we would purchase an elemental robe instead from Stoneguard, which would take the place of the elemental of the sorcerer's robe, but it has a little bit less elemental attack and less bulk. But it does allow you to save a lot of that money. And then later on, you would replace it with the elemental heavy armor, which has a little bit more elemental attack, but still not as much as the sorcerer's robe.
Hmm.
So basically, it just allows you to save some time in the early game, but it does impact the later parts of the run where you would be missing out on the defensive utility of the sorcerer's robe, and also make some of the damage ranges in the later game fights a little tighter. And in some cases, you do actually lose time to not having that extra damage. So
Yeah.
yeah, eventually we did bring back the sorcerer's robe into the route because we valued its consistency, and also yeah, we pretty much valued its consistency and felt that the time losses that you would have to take in the later parts of the run did not outweigh the time saved in earlier parts of the run, along with the loss of consistency.
Yeah, a lot of speedrun routing is the balance between speed and consistency. There's a lot of strats that can actually go like a lot faster, but you'd be taking a lot more risks, and then there'd be a greater swing of time, and you want to try to minimize that as much as possible. And if the more dependent on like the more consistent something is, then the more that just good play will help save time overall.
Yeah, especially in a longer category, you really have to value consistency because it's not always about just going super fast and doing the riskiest but fastest strats. Um, the longer a category goes, the more chances there are of something wrong going on. So you really want to make sure that your route is also consistent to give you the best chance of finishing a run with good time. And also, the longer your run goes, it does shift some emphasis away from luck, although it's still very important to have good luck. But it also places more importance on your execution and just not making mistakes. So one of the biggest time losses in longer categories like Galdera is just making mistakes. Small mistakes that add up, and also just big mistakes that end up causing you a lot of time because you have to reset a fight or just have to do a backup strat that might cost like 10 to 20 seconds, for example.
So over here, on the left side, we see Lego picking up Ophelia and fighting her first chapter boss. One thing that's nice is that because we have Kate EXP, this boss, we don't have to do an extra Blizzard, which if you were doing non-Kate, you would need an extra Blizzard to do the damage. Yeah, but still pretty easy boss, and then saves in, like a Nailstone if you know don't want to use that and such.
So previously, I okay, we We haven't really mentioned yet, but we're picking out Ophelia because we want to clear a chapter really quickly to get access to this item called the Badge of Friendship. But we're also going to use Ophelia as the main DPS for pretty much most of the run until like the final boss gauntlet. So we used to pick when this route was first developed by Zero. We called this the Ophelia sort route, the Ophi sort route, because it surprise surprise it uses Ophelia as the main sort. But it used to be Cyrus, so we had to pick up Cyrus. But because we don't need Cyrus as the DPS anymore, we can actually pick up Ophelia earlier. Now, in earlier routes of this Orpheus route, we would have to get Cyrus early anyway because we would want to bring him to Saint's Bridge, which is Ophelia's Chapter 2 town, where we can scrutinize an NPC for extra empowering bracelets, which give you an increase in HP for more bulk. But there was actually development by the Japanese runners to skip the empowering bracelets and just kind of use what you can get from purchasing from NPCs. You get access to 2 empowering bracelets from NPCs and also an empowering necklace in Northreach. So the Japanese runners came up with an innovation to use those instead and skip the empowering bracelet scrutinize. Interestingly, not in this category, in another category, which was the all main stories category. So eventually we brought that over to Galdera, and then we realized that, hey, actually don't have to pick up Cyrus early anymore. He's pretty much just time loss now, so picking him up early. So we kind of just leave him towards the later part of the run where we are much more powerful and we can defeat his Chapter 1 boss like much quicker. And also just stand to benefit from the free heal that we get from picking him up. So yeah, eventually we got to pick up Ophi as the 3rd character instead of the 4th because we would pick up Cyrus first before heading over to Flame's Grace, which is how we ended up with this Guardian of the First Flame fight, which you used to be like you have to break the boss with like all your characters, and then you would use the Blizzard Palm S, your Tressa, and then she would do a Blizzard, and then you have toss an M Stone. But because you pick up Ophi as your 3rd character, the Guardian has much less HP, so you can just do this this other strat instead, where you just use only Blizzard to defeat the boss. I just gave a very long exposition on why we pick up Ophi 3rd instead of 4th and why the boss has less HP now. But yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, super informative. Thank you for that, Quadra. There was some experimentation that had been done in the past in terms of like, originally it was like Cyrus as the main DPS, for example, it was Cyrus Sork, and then that was eventually changed to Ophelia, and people had theorized like, Ophelia as a sorcerer for a long time. It wasn't until Zero actually experimented and found that, it actually does potentially save time where it's competitive, and then as the route was just optimized and such, there's a lot of conveniences with having Ophelia. For example, her path action guide helps complete some quests later on that originally was kind of frustrating to deal with because you use Primrose, use an Allure, and then that had the chance to fail. In addition to that, like Quadra had said, Cyrus getting the bracelets, that was a 30%-ish scrutinize in Saints Bridge, and if you failed that as well, that could also waste time and could be a little frustrating in terms of time loss. And because we have access to empowering equipment, accessories in other places like rings that we have access to, and the bracelets, it just wasn't mandatory anymore, and it just provides some consistency to not need to do that anymore.
Yeah, we're actually ignoring a lot of the stuff that's happening in the runs, but I hope you can bear with us because there's just so much to share about the route and its history.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff that's going on in the chapters right now, it's pretty much just them, the runners, making their way as quickly as possible through the chapters, killing encounters for JP. We'll talk about those
Yeah.
if there's anything important to highlight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do want to share more as well about the history of the route along with anime as much as we can. I did have a detail which I forgot to mention, but I it slipped my mind, so maybe I'll try to remember that while you can carry on with the commentary.
So we didn't mention this on the left hand side, but the right side we could see Looter picking up Alphen. Alphen's the fourth character, and he's gonna make an important impact throughout the first half of the run. Basically because of his special ability Concoct, which is unique. Concoct, we've gotten some Concoct materials for it. We'll get a little bit more later and such. But there's two specific ones. One using Curious Blooms and one using Essence of Pomegranate, which are especially powerful. The Essence of Pomegranate that can generate a large amount of BP and is used for a very critical fight later on. I believe it's actually the longest, or at least one of the longest fights in the entire route. And in addition to that, the Curious Bloom has gives you the option to control turn order, which is extremely important in Octopath runs. One ability that is very powerful is an area of effect leg hold trap that it can inflict while doing ice damage. Another one is a turn order manipulation a thing that pushes another character to the very front of turn order, much like the warrior ability Spearhead. But it's things like this that make Concoct super useful and powerful. And Alphen in general is just very useful as well because he can equip the Death Cleaver that we got earlier, and that does a ton of damage. As we mentioned, it is the strongest axe you could get at this point in the game. In fact, there's I think only 2 axes in the entire game that are stronger: the Forbidden Axe and the Memorial Axe, and those are like well guarded. So this is the strongest we'll get. Oh, and also it'll be the final weapon used in the final boss as well. So okay, looks like Lego saved an L stone, so that's kind of nice, I guess.
Yeah, so I think Lego might have gotten ambushed by that encounter, but
Yeah.
identified that the Howlers didn't lower Ophi's elemental attack. They have a debuff. If that doesn't happen and you also don't get the encounter with the trees, then you can actually defeat the encounter with Ophi instead of using the L-Stone. So it does save you a little bit of time there because you could probably use the L-Stone somewhere else and save a little bit of time there, so you don't lose as much time to the ambush. Very quickly going over this dogfight, this doggo fight. We're doing a free turn fight for this. It was originally it was a 2-turn fight, but kind of realized after some timing that the free turn fight is actually faster because there are less animations that you have to do to get through the fight. So even though you have a 2-turn fight, which is on theory it looks on paper it looks shorter than a 3-turn fight, when you consider in that hey, animations actually take quite a bit of time to go through in this game, especially when you don't have the speed up mechanic like in the second game. They can add up and actually make it so that a 3-turn fight is going to be faster. But although it's a tiny optimization, maybe like 2 seconds faster to do the fight this way.
Yeah.
Also, I did remember. Oh yeah, you can go ahead first. It's
no,
fine.
No, good. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to mention that I did remember what I was going to talk about because we were on the topic of getting the Empire bracelets from NPCs. That's the reason why we went straight to Noble Court after getting the Death Cleaver, because we had the Empire bracelet there. And that also opens up the item Oasis Hat, which you can get from the Impresario outside the Noble Court. That NPC appears there after as part of the kit side quest, which is a mandatory string of quests that you have to do to unlock the final boss.
Yeah,
Let me see.
Yeah. The Oasis hat actually has a lot of physical and elemental attack and defense. It's one of actually the better hats in the game. In terms of store-bought hats, I believe it's actually the best store buyable hat that you can obtain. And Theron has a 100% steal rate, even at level 1, which I'm not sure why, but all of the kit related quest NPCs who have steals seem to be 100%. Later on, we're gonna get this very important robe that gives SP, and it's a very useful robe because it actually adds a lot of elemental elemental defense. It's also like an end game tier weapon, but it's also a 100% steal no matter what level you are. And then if you and then another NPC does have, like, for example, the actor who completes the kit quest also has like 100% equipment that you could steal as well. Not that this route gets it, but it's just an interesting thing that for some reason it's coded that way.
Yeah, so the Oasis hat is pretty useful to pick up. It has a lot of defensive utility again, especially because we're skipping the second adamantine hat, which we used to get in Ophelia's Chapter 4. So we lost access to that as an item, which you would use for defense. So in the run, we pick up 2 adamantine hats because we're gonna have, spoiler alert, 2 elemental damage dealers for the final boss. So we want 2 adamantine hats, but we don't actually need the second one for its damage capabilities until much later. So pretty much it's only going to serve as defensive equipment for most of the run. So the trade-off is that in order to get that adamantine hat, you have to kill an encounter in that chapter, OV Chapter 4, which can be quite dangerous because you have less Empire Bracelet, fewer Empire Bracelets in this route, which makes ambushes a lot more deadly. And also just because you have to kill the encounter, which is a little bit slow. So we're going to sidetrack again, but when we started skipping the Sorcerer's Robe, we skipped the 30k chance in the Ophelia Chapter 4 alongside the adamantine hat and ran straight to the boss. There is about a 30% chance of getting the encounter there. So now that we are not that we are getting the Sorcerer's Robe again, we are doing the save and quit to get the 30,000 chest, but we don't get the adamantine hat because we can't because we would still get the encounter if we went for the adamantine hat. But that's where the Oasis hat comes in. It originally it serves to, I mean, it does just serve to replace the adamantine hat in terms of for defense. It's not as good on the elemental defense side, but it does suffice. It has roughly pretty much the same physical defense stat. The difference is only like 1 point, if I'm not wrong. So it's pretty much the same on the physical defense side. So basically, we were able to retain a lot of the defensive capabilities of having the adamantine hat, but without having to take the encounter on that screen anymore. Now that we have the Oasis hat.
Yeah, in that chapter 4 town, the save point, you can still get the encounter running to the save point, but it's much lower than even running to the boss trigger, and especially if you are picking up an item on the screen, it's you're gonna guarantee the encounter, which can be deadly. You get elementals, and if you get caught by surprise, you're pretty much dead. So yeah. Going back to what has happened so far, on the left hand side, Lego, after doing part of the chapter 3, warped away, and then you're gonna see this later on. But basically, a lot of times we'll like do part of a chapter, we'll warp away, and then we'll warp back in because then that will place our position a little closer and a little more convenient. In addition to that, we went to specifically Northreach. It has a useful magic nut L, which will help Ophelia's damage a lot. And then also the encounter outside, it's these 2 Reptalios. Also, Lego getting a good encounter on the left hand side, pretty convenient. That specific one can always go down to a light L and just one shot very quickly and cleanly. But the Reptalios outside Northreach, you can always just break with 2 bandits, and it's always going to be those 2 lizards, so very convenient.
Yeah, Lego's actually having a really good early game so far. I believe like only 1 death in the tunnels, and Ophelia's chapters so far have gone very smoothly. No ambush from the lizards, I believe, or at least a pretty good fight there. No encounter outside the seaside grotto, and a very fast encounter inside the seaside grotto. So a lot of the variants in the Galdera runs do come happens. The big variances, big time losses, they occur in the early game because of random encounters like this, and also just getting ambushed from encounters. And having to kill those encounters because you're not that strong yet. So being able to skip encounters like this and just getting good encounters really does save a lot of time.
Oh, and one thing I wanted to mention, because both runners are fighting the bosses kind of in parallel, but Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 Ophelia are actually really convenient for early game bosses to fight, because they're very scripted. The dog that Looter just defeated always spends his first turn powering up, and because he wastes his first turn, that's enough for us to break him and just defeat him outright. And on the left-hand side, looks like maybe a misclick or something. I didn't see what happened on Lego's side, unfortunate. But for the left hand, the two people we fight, Mystery Man's Shady Figure, they also have scripted actions where as long as you break the right guy first, he will not do his Arcane Blade attack, and then after that, you can break the second guy and quickly defeat him as well. Hopefully
Yeah.
Lego can recover this.
Hopefully so. I believe Lego didn't put armor corrosive on this the bottom guy here. So if Lego's able to break this guy and revive the rest of her characters, I think we'll be able to recover this fight.
Okay, looks doable, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's fine here. Just revive both characters here, and then Ovi gets to act last and get rid of the boss. I think one more elemental attack. Oh, but she's terrored. Oh no.
Elstone, maybe?
Yeah, maybe an Elstone. Lego did save one Elstone earlier. So let's go for the Elstone.
Okay.
Maybe not. It's fine.
Well, yeah.
And Lego's just giving Looter a little time to catch up. That's fine. Making the match more the relay more interesting and competitive.
Happens. But yeah, to go back to what I was saying, the Mr. Man's shady figure on the left, he's also scripted, and because of that, Ophelia's chapters are really nice for just getting a little bit of like experience and job points. I mean, it would be mandatory to do her earlier anyway because of the quest that she unlocks, but just the fact that her bosses are convenient are very nice. In addition to that, Matthias, her chapter 4 boss, is not that strong or tough. I mean, it's not great to get double tapped, but it's not that difficult to recover the boss as long as you break on the second turn. So it's fine. But yeah, compared to that, for example, some other chapter bosses can be a lot more deadly. Like, you know, Yvonne is a notorious one for any runners out there, single story or otherwise. And there's other bosses that are rough, like you know, that have ads and things that can do a lot of damage.
Alright, clearing the encounter there and making our way back to the Mystery Man and Shady Figure. So there's actually an optimization made by the Japanese runners. So what we did previously was that we would break the top guy on the second turn and then break the bottom guy on the third turn. But if Therion is going before Elfin on the last turn, you can actually break with Tressa instead on the second turn with Mertz instead of defending. And then use Therion's dagger to break the bottom guy, and then you apply armor corrosive on the last turn. I believe that was probably what Lego was going for, just forgot to put the armor corrosive on the bottom guy on the last turn. So we see Therion going again. So this time I'm pretty sure Lego will remember to put armor corrosive on the bottom guy. Also, I completely forgot to explain any of the menus just because there's so much to talk about. But we did a menu in Still Snow before heading off to North Reach here for Looter. Basically, we just put on the HP items and we taught a skill to two of our characters, Tressa and Therion. We gave them cover. This is pretty important. Especially when it comes to consistency. What cover does is that when your character is below 30% HP, and they were about to get hit by a physical attack, a character with cover will instead take that attack. And so this is going to be essential, not just for keeping your run consistent, but also it's pretty much essential for the final boss fight, because we're going to have one character at 1 HP sitting precariously at 1 HP, and we really want that character to not take any damage. So cover is going to be very essential for that fight. Lego's now in Noble Court. We're doing part of Therion's chapter 2 here. This is going to be a pretty long chapter. Well, not really long, but we're just going to take our time completing it, because we have to go back and forth between the first and second screen a lot, and it just makes it so that it saves time to warp out and warp back in to do it. So we take this time to basically run a bunch of errands and do other stuff. Like, for example, right now we're going to Dust Barrel. We're going to Dust Barrel mainly to pick up more money at this point. There is a lot of money you can get in Dust Barrel. So the only thing is that on the way to Dust Barrel, you can get an encounter. At this point, this encounter is pretty annoying to get because the tree, there's a tree and 2 rats. All of them do a lot of damage, and the tree can silence you, and at this point you don't have the Herbs of Clamor yet. Yep, Lego's actually going for the save and quit skip, and does get the encounter and ambushed, and so you can see why this encounter is annoying. Because you can get ambushed, which is pretty high chance, and do a lot of damage. And yeah, again, the tree can silence you. At this point, you don't have access to Herbs of Clamor to heal off the silence. So if the tree silences Ophi, it's kind of just you have to toss a bunch of stones here. But no ambush here. I mean, no silence here. So we'll be able to probably just clear the encounter pretty easily here. Tressa's gonna break with Mercs. Bandits also works. Probably we'll see something like Lightning Blast plus Soulstone.
Yeah, the tree is quite bulky. There's a possibility that this battle can drop Essence of Palm and also Pomegranate Mediums, which can be nice as well, though. Minor time save if they drop, if not, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Elfin had amputation, so we can use that instead of the Soulstone there. So that's really nice. Amputation is just a really strong axe skill. It has an increase in critical modifier, so you get basically extra 100 crit stat or something when you use amputation, which makes it very likely to crit. Crit is 1.25 times to damage, so 25% increase to damage, which makes it really strong. When you want to use amputation to hit things. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, to compare it to another skill, Cross Strike from the warrior class, I believe has like the same attack modifier, but amputation has a added crit bonus to it, while Cross Strike doesn't. But then amputation also has a accuracy penalty to it, but then Cross Strike doesn't. But most of the time when we use the attack, they're gonna be on broken enemies, and then you can't miss anyway. So the accuracy penalty doesn't make a big difference. And on the left-hand side, we can see the Lego completing the quest for the first of many quests for the Galdera side quest to unlock the final boss. In addition to that, the quest places you nicely outside, and that's pretty optimal because we have to travel outside anyway to go to Ophelia's Chapter 4 town, so might as well do this along the way. And then we will also be getting an encounter on this map. The first encounter on a lot of maps is quite a few maps is static, and this is another one of them, the Plains Drakes. They're known for being weak to spears and bows, and then Tressa as a hunter has access to Arrow Storm, which is a guaranteed attack, guaranteed hit on all enemies of 3 or more arrows.
Yeah, fun fact, these Drakes will wipe your entire party if you let them take a third turn, if I believe. So you really want to make sure that you that you get rid of these guys before the third turn. But unfortunately, sometimes like they have a debuff to your physical defense, and then they can actually snipe Tressa. So sometimes things can get a little bit dicey if you get unlucky, but most of the times it should be fine. Also, more history. So we used to do the shop in Whisper Mill, because that was where we would purchase. Well, originally in the Cyrus Road, that's where you would purchase like your adamantine shields. You wouldn't purchase the one in Grand Park. You just wait until you get to Whisper Mill, and then you purchase 2 adamantine shields from the shop here because Cyrus is considerably less bulky than Ophi. He has more damage and more speed, but he's less bulky. So you kind of want the adamantine hat adamantine shield to increase his defense. So that's why you took the shop in Whisper Mill, and also you take the time to sell things and also buy the Urza of Clamor. But eventually we realized that hey, you can actually do the shop in Noble Court instead, as long as you have enough money to make it past the fights here without needing to sell the Cat's Eye, which you pick up on the way to Whisper Mill, which you have the money to do so because now that you don't get Cyrus early, you don't get the Scrutinizers, which means that you don't have to spend extra money buying the Empire bracelets, so you can actually do the shop earlier in Noble Court and then save a few steps that you would run to the Whisper Mill shop. And Noble Court shop basically also has the Herbs of Clamor, so you don't lose out on the things that you can buy. And you don't have, and in this Ophi Sword Grid, you don't need the adamantine shields from the shop because you already got the one in Grand Port. And oh, Lego getting the encounter before the save point and getting ambushed, so that's very unfortunate. Might have jinxed it a bit.
Yeah, this is because you only want to get to the save point. It's not like that likely, but possibly recoverable, or maybe just yeah, it looks like yeah, she'll be able to flee or possibly defeat it if she wants.
I think Lura did handle that Dustburn encounter pretty well with that Peacock boosted Lightning Blast. Oh, we do see Lego making out of the encounter. Well, no need for the save quit anymore.
Yeah,
but
she
well,
just run. But I guess
no,
maybe.
actually, that's just a safety save because you know anything can happen on the I was gonna say comedians show Zach, but yeah, basically this fight, the cultist fight, right? Usually they just do nothing. They're trying to have some unparalleled focus like Cyrus, but sometimes they can do this. They can throw the Dark Soulstones and the Fire Soulstones, and that does a lot of damage. If they throw 2 Soulstones, it's basically a wipe. Yeah, but fortunately nothing happened here, so we're all good. Yeah, so anything can happen. A lot of things can happen on this fight. Well, not a lot of things. Sometimes you get unlucky and you get wiped. But a good fight here. And then for Matthias, he's 1 in 16, I believe, to 332. Sorry, 332 to take someone out. So basically, he'd have to use exactly his normal attack first, and then use his magic attack on the same person. Because magic attacks can't be covered by another character. Whereas if he did the magic attack first, then he hit that person with the physical attack, you would be able to cover that. So the chances of someone going down comes down to roughly about 332, because Ophi can survive both hits. So Therion has a chance here to go down. Hopefully we don't see that. Fortunately, it is pretty easy to recover this fight. It just takes a while. It's just time loss. And he does.
Oh, no. Yeah,
he does go down. So
but,
yeah, that's unfortunate.
But yeah, as Quadra said, it's not that hard to recover this. All you have to do is break on turn, or maybe just taking the L and just reset. Yeah, if Lego wanted to, she could just break the boss and then extend it to a 6-turn fight. Just reapply armor corrosive and vets and such. And then it's not that hard, not that bad or anything. But if she wants to reset, that's fine too. But yeah, on turn 2, Matthias will always do an AoE magic attack, so you do want to break him before his turn. But then when he comes back from break, he doesn't really do anything. He just changes his shields, and he has six shields. But you have a ton of like you have Mercs, you have Axe, you have Sword, you have Blizzard. You can easily break stuff. Also, Ludo getting a Chubby, a second encounter by Chubby. Let's see if she opts to take it or not, or just run. Chubby can be good in ways because you do get money, but it can also be bad in ways because it does put your experience very high, and then you might not get level ups at points when you might want to. But this will pretty much definitely defeat it, I think, or just miss all
No,
that. Okay.
no.
Yeah. Chubby cats are the only thing that can dodge hired help in the entire game. Or yeah, the cats in general, and then fleeing. So that's unfortunate. That was 30,000. So might do a reload possibly. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah. You are favored to land attacks on the Chubby, but to miss all 4 is very unlucky. An alternative, I guess, is to throw 3 L stones, but most people would assume at least 1 or 2 vets hit, and when you use 4 of them, you only need 2 of the 4 to hit. So.
Where was all this during my run? This run is so much more entertaining than my run. Nothing much happened when I was running this character just now. This is all really funny. Yeah, imagine getting lucky, but actually unlucky. So
Yeah, it was a trap. Yeah, of course.
yeah, sometimes the Chubby Kate is just a massive massive bait. So that can happen. But
left hand side looks like magic attack happened first, so that's good because now it's guaranteed and safe. Because Alphen would be covered if he was attacked. It wasn't even attacked, so all good. But yeah, this should be a smooth fight. We use Armor Corrosive to apply 4 turns of AC. You only need 3 of the turns, but and then also you need just 4 sets of veterans. One thing that you'll see is Therian will palm Alphen, but Alphen will only boost Vets X3 and then Vets X3. That's because it does more damage than if you did max boost and then double boost. Just because of the way the damage is distributed with veterans.
Luna's actually not too far behind, especially even after considering that reload there to the Chubby Kate. So yeah, actually both runners are still pretty neck and neck, I would say.
And I will mention that the cutoff point for the first third of the race will be at Dreisang, the sorcerer boss. Afterwards, it will be they'll tag off to the next partner in line. And there will be a 1-minute transition period for each transition for anyone. On the right-hand side, we see Lego Ludo pick up Giants Club. This is purely to sell for money, and because it's pretty safe to pick up. Also sells for a decent chunk of money. Way back in early Galdera runs, there was usage of Giants Club as one of the weapons for the War Master class, because we used to use the Divine and such. But then that was eventually routed out in favor of Abers, which is the Thief Divine. Doesn't do as much damage, but is way faster because you don't need 6 weapons to compensate for the damage. You just need a strong dagger and a BT sword and BT blade and just a ton of speed and physical attack. So yeah.
So Lunar demonstrating how this screen is supposed to go. You're supposed to go to the save point, do a save and quit, and skip the encounter, and then you pick up the 30k and be on your way. So good screen here. That's one of the main reasons why we brought back the 30,000 chests in this on this screen. It's so that you have access to that save and quit, so you can skip that encounter. Some of the Japanese runners would still are still going for the 30k 30k skip, which is a very understandable decision. It does take 30 seconds, which is pretty significant amount of time. But yeah, it only pays off if you do get to skip the encounter. Again, it's roughly about a 30% chance to get the encounter if you run all the way to the boss there.
Also on the left hand side, we see Lego going to do Alpha in Chapter 2. There's an NPC who spawns this little girl who has a magic nut, which is very useful. That will increase Ophelia's damage a little bit. And then we won't complete the Chapter 2 right away because we do want another job, another special job before that. But getting the magic nut is useful, and then also just do the storyline part way, and then warp back later. Will save time then to do it all, and then later, and then do run back and forth. Just another usage of like good warps and such. And then coming here for the quest that Quadra mentioned earlier, the Friendship Badge quest. This gives a 50% bump to your job points gained after battle if a character has it equipped, and it'll be on for basically the entire run, for almost the entire run. So and that's really important for hitting some crucial JP thresholds. Yeah.
I really appreciate how Lego went to the bottom of that cell menu there just to check if she got the monster perfume drop from the cultist fight. So the monster perfume, I believe it's like a 4% drop from those cultists. It's basically like a soulstone. You can throw it at enemies, but instead of like doing damage, you actually just heal the enemy. So it's very annoying because it comes at the bottom of the menu. So what you think would have been a soulstone would actually just heal the enemy instead and throw off your entire fight. So it's kind of important to sell that item there. Mostly just to retain your muscle memory and not get messed up by it. But yeah, I just noticed that Lego went to the bottom of the sell menu there, so I really appreciate what Lego did there. Another thing was that I want to give a special mention to that 4.5k chest in Goldshore. You could have picked that up in Ophelia Chapter 3, but it's just like 2 steps away. It's just 2 steps more optimal to, or something, to pick it up in Alphen Chapter 2 instead, because you're going to the right hand side of the stairs in Alphen Chapter 2 instead. Whereas in Ophelia Chapter 3, you would be going to the left hand side. So it saves a whopping 0.5 or 0.6 seconds to get that 4.5k chest in Alphen Chapter 2 instead. So just a little tidbit for you viewers.
On the right hand side, it seems like Looter's fight went not quite optimally. Maybe a misclick or something, but just extending the battle to 6 turns. Like I mentioned earlier, this boss is not that dangerous or anything. Also, just really good turn order on the next turn too. So just need a re-break and then do veterans to do damage. Notably, Looter healed Therian so that he wouldn't be tapped off by that AoE magic attack that Matthias just did, and then also reapplied armor corrosive, so won't be an issue from here.
Looks like we might have spouted too much pretty words, and Matthias is kind of like taking his revenge on us by striking down Therion. Probably a what's it called, a foreshadowing of what's to come. Therion taking a nap. But yeah, again, the fight isn't very difficult to recover, so Looter doing very well here to recover the fight.
On the left-hand side, Lego, after doing the Badge of Friendship quest, makes this trip to Riverford, and opting to do the save and quit outside Orwell. Lego did take the Dust Barrel battle, so doesn't really doesn't need to take this one. And then this will also, there's also a Nourishing Nut L in this town as well, which is useful for defense. And then eventually you have to eventually do this town tag anyway, so doing it at this point you get a little bit of money running through the map as well, and then you're gonna have to warp back later for Olbrich anyway.
Yeah, this Nourishing L is actually very useful for setting up your party to survive some of the important damage thresholds. So it's very nice to be able to tag this Riverford at this point and get access to that Nourishing L. We're gonna do a pretty important menu here. You might have noticed we picked up the Thief Shrine earlier. The Thief job isn't really that useful, but it is very useful for specifically one skill, well, two skills, I guess, Armor Corrosive and also Snatch. So Snatch basically doubles anything that you would steal or collect from a boss. It affects collect, so that's why we're using it, because some of these bosses have very deep pockets. So we just want to be able to get even more money out of these bosses, like this old man coming up that we're gonna fight. So and having two thieves on this next fight makes it so that we always have access to we have two sources of armor corrosive instead of just one source, which allows us to plan the fight a little bit more flexibly to save more resources. It's a little complicated how what I just mentioned, but basically with only one thief, you would have to rely on Therion to apply armor corrosive, and you have to do that 2 times in the entire fight. But with both Tressa and Therion, what you can do is the first merchant thief, because both of them are merchants plus thieves with the subjobs. So the first one can pomegranate the second merchant, and you can always get off times 3 armor corrosive on the first turn. And so this allows you to not have to armor corrosive again later in the fight, and instead what you can do with that extra turn is you can give an extra pomegranate to one of the merchants, which gives you more damage and higher health. So essentially with the two thieves you have more damage in this fight, which allows you to save more resources that you would have to expend if you wanted to do more damage. So that's just a little bit of extra information for those who are interested in knowing more about the fight.
And we see Lego getting a good encounter in this dungeon. You can get a Revenant, which is unfortunate. Revenants are they're like these big, bulky, singular enemies. They have a lot of HP. They're hard to break, and they don't give a ton of experience and draw points. So getting them is always kind of unfortunate. But Lego didn't. There will be chance to get that in Warbringer Shrine as well, and depending on if Lego needs or if the runner needs the battle, that can be unfortunate. But now we are coming up on the Dry Sang battle. Quadra, did you want to talk about this battle a little bit, or the script and such?
Okay, so essentially what we're doing on this fight is that we're going to start off with Alphin using Spearhead, and this would do 1 hit and also put him at the start of the next turn, so he can break Dry Sang always with 1,000 spears. And then we're going to take turns popping using pomegranates on our merchants. They're gonna just we're gonna use a total of 6 hired out veterans. That's 180,000 leaves, by the way. And we don't have that much money because we're actually going to collect Dry Sang to make up the remaining 80,000 leaves. He would actually normally provide 40,000 leaves, but then with Snatch you can actually collect an extra 40,000 from Dry Sang. So that gives you, we come into this fight with 100,000 leaves. That only gives us the ability to use 3 hired out veterans, but with the collect, all of a sudden we can use another 3 hired out veterans. And again, this is the money route coming into play here, just optimizing how much money you collect in the early game, collecting as little money as you can, just enough to make it through this fight. This is pretty much one of the biggest money hurdles in the early game. And then this fight also went through a bunch of iterations where with Cyrus it was like a 7 vets, 6 turns. Originally it was like a 7 turn, 7 vets fight where you would have to pick up like Wind Amulets and Tempest Amulets in order to help your party survive Dry Sang's attacks. Eventually it got cut down to like a 7 turn, 6 vets fight, and then it got cut down to a 6 turn, 7 vets fight with the Cyrus route. And then when Zero made the Ophi Sword fight, the Offisork route. I believe it was. I'm not sure if it was Teppo or someone. One of the
Yeah, it was Tep
Japanese runners.
that
Yeah.
he was coordinating with. Teppo came up with an alternate, and then Zero took his ideas and mixed it with his own to come up with the precursor to the fight that we have now.
Yeah, which was a 6-turn, 6 vets fight. Originally, the defensive setup on the party would be different. So with the fight that Zero came up with for the original Offisork route, 3 out of 4 of the party members would be able to survive Drysank's attack plus the spell that he would use after the break. Which means that you normally don't have to heal anyone in that fight. Then
But Therion was.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sometimes Therion will get hit and you have to heal Therion because he's the only one who doesn't survive the attack plus the spell. So sometimes you would have to use the Revitalizing Jam, which was an item where, again, this was more changes. We used to get this item in Riverford as part of a quest. Oh yeah, we should probably explain that later. But anyway, basically the Revitalizing Gem, we would sometimes have to use that on Therion. So you have to kind of pay attention to your turn order, and then sometimes you have to expend additional resources to do that fight, which was a little bit annoying. But now in this route, we make it so that it doesn't matter who gets hit. We always heal our party members for the fight. In fact, Ophelia can survive 2 hits, so if she gets hit, you don't have to heal her, which saves a little bit of time. But you account for you account for the healing in the fight. But you would make it so that originally with Zero to fight, he used Amputation with Alphin. You might have noticed we used a different skill this time, Last Stand. So we kind of route for Alphin to always be put in at very low HP, so that the Last Stand, which increases in damage, the lower your HP is, Alphin always gets put at very low HP, which makes it so that his Last Stand would deal a lot of damage, even more so than Amputation, which allows us to save L-stones or save damage, while also not needing so much defensive equipment on our party. So yeah, that eventually that allowed us to have the current version of the fight here, where we don't have to pay attention to any turn order anymore. So it's pretty much completely scripted now.
Yeah, shout out to Quadriceps here, who I believe was the one. I believe Quadra, you were the one who like came up with this new strat that is just completely scripted and consistent, and doesn't use like a revitalizing gem, which is nice. The revitalizing gem that we do pick up, we use on Steora, and helps against that boss. And it's not technically mandatory. Like you could get around it, but it makes the fight a little more annoying if you don't have it. And not having to not using as many resources. Like I believe your script also saves an L-stone because of the Empoison usage as well.
Yeah, so with that L-stone set, originally we would use 2 L-stones when Zero first routed it. We used 2 L-stones, and then eventually we kind of found out that, hey, actually you can use Summon Strength on Alpha along with the Mighty Belt. So Mighty Belt gives 50 physical attack. Oh, I forgot. I said that Mighty Belt we only use it at Alpha run. No, we actually put it on Alphin to give him more damage for with his amputation. But yeah, we use Summon Strength, which is basically a support skill equivalent of Mighty Belt. And then we can use that to make his Last Stand do even more damage, which would allow us to replace one of the L-stones with Soulstone M instead. But then I kind of shifted away from the Summon Strength, because technically you don't need Summon Strength on Alphin for anything. For the run, it's not required. We can use Empoison instead, because you have to teach all the apothecary skills anyway, so you might as well just use Empoison. The downside of Empoison is that the poison take about 1 second each. So technically you lose like 4 seconds from the fight, but you don't have to teach Summon Strength, so that it's a little bit of a trade-off there. So yeah, eventually you kind of landed on this script with the Empoison strat, It's not necessarily better. I just think it makes more sense menu-wise to use in poison. And also shoutouts to the Revenant on Looter's side. Probably want to force another encounter here. I believe Looter doesn't have. Oh, we know she has evil ward, so she could probably flee from this encounter. But yeah, probably want to force another encounter here. Otherwise, she would be behind on XP and JP. We do want to keep track of our encounters here. We want to make sure we kill a certain number of encounters to have enough XP and JP. Otherwise, we would be lacking in damage later on in the run, and also miss some of the important JP thresholds.
I believe Looter did defeat the Riverford battle though, so it might be okay, possibly. Or looks like they're grinding one anyway, which is safer, yeah.
Yeah.
And then on the left-hand side, we've tagged off to Lori, who's another runner, and she's using the sorcerer as the primary DPS now. A lot of chapter 2 and 3, a lot of chapter 2 bosses in the past had like this common script where basically we would elemental break on the first turn with the sorcerer, which does an elemental debuff, and then we would peacock and also give donate BP, and then with that we would do 2 sorcerer spells, and that would basically 1-hit KO or 2-hit KO most chapter 2 bosses. But then there were some optimizations done where now it's for some bosses it's better to just break them and then do damage. Just because it's I believe Quadra, you were the one who timed it to be some of these fights to be faster, even though it's only by a few seconds here and there, but it all adds up.
Yeah, basically my thinking was that the animation time, it's kind of similar to the Herat Veneer, the OV Chapter 2 boss fight, where animations take longer than just regular attacks. So sometimes it's worth it to just break the bosses with regular attacks instead of using the extra elemental break, using the extra donate BP, for example. So that's how we ended up with some of these fights here that look a bit different compared to when the route was first come up with. First come up with the route.
And here we see more of that warping around I mentioned earlier. Basically, in Therian Chapter 2, Noble Court, he has to go back and forth a few times to like go to the tavern on the second screen, then go back, and then go to the NPC who has the Wyvern scale on the second screen, and then go back. But it's just faster to just warp in, warp out, and then do it part way. So that's used a lot of these where you do part of a chapter and then go back and do another chapter. Specifically, right now we're focusing on Tressa's chapters. Completing Tressa, well, for one thing, Esme will give a good chunk of experience and job points and such, but in addition to that, it also unlocks a magic nut medium medium in Boulder Fall, which also will help Ophelia's damage a little bit as well. Cyrus, when he was a sorcerer in the past, he had a lot. He gained more from magic nuts and had more elemental attacks. So, for example, he had better damage ranges. Ophelia sometimes just needs a little bit more of a bump in damage. So having access to that nut sooner is nice. And on the right hand side, we see that Looter is also passing off. It'll be a 1-minute transition as well for her. I believe it's going to be QT taking over on her side. And over here, Lori is in the chapter 3 area, got the elementals, so I assume we'll probably see a soulstone or something, or maybe not. Okay. Hopefully it's not too bad. Elementals are pretty dangerous. Their AoE magic attack, okay, it looks not terrible, yeah. It does a lot of damage, but they can do a lot of damage, but it's not too bad. And Sorcerer, okay, no SP, but it's not too bad. The turnover is good too, so. But yeah, we're coming up on the chapter 3 boss. The chapter 3 bosses are still too strong for Sorcerer to defeat, Ophelia to defeat on her own. So we will be still using veterans. And then the chapter 3 bosses also have a good chunk of money to collect, especially if you have Snatch on. So the idea will be to collect the boss for money and then use that money to help defeat it. And then later, when we fight Esmeralda as well, she's also similarly a little too bulky for our Sorcerer to defeat with just sorcerer spells, so veterans will still be used for a little bit more.
Yeah, there's a lot we can talk about here, especially when it comes to Tressa's chapters, in terms of the routing. But before that, just one brief mention that in the previous versions of this fight, I believe they're doing like the Ophelia defend on the first turn fight. So previously, you would use the Ignis on the first turn, Elemental Break on the second turn, and then you kill on the third turn. But the problem that is that it's kind of dependent on turn order. If Tressa goes before Ophi, then she can get off the Peacock first. But if Tressa is after Ophi on the first turn, your Peacock wouldn't go on Ophi before the Ignis are there, which means that you would do less damage prior to the break. Which means that when you do this collect, it was actually 99%, which I have missed before. So with this version of the fight, you would defend with Ophi, so you always get the Peacock on Ignis are there, so that your collect will always be 100%. The trade-off is that you would have to use an amputation with Alphin, which comes out to be about 1 second slower, but only if Alphin is the last character that is acting. If Alphin is not the last character, then you would have had to defend with Alphin anyway, which cost 1 second. So if that's the case, then the fights are just identical in terms of like how long they take, but it's just 100% consistent to do the collect. So Looter has finished the dry set fight, so GG's to Looter. She's just gonna
Yes.
make a save to pass it off to the next runner.
Nice.
Yeah, Laurie's in Grand Port, so now we're doing Tressa's Chapter 4. One of the reasons why we want to do Tressa's Chapter 4 as well at this point is because firstly we need a bathroom break, but also we need we want to purchase this item here, the Lapis Lazuli. This is required for the Kids Quest. So the NPC is here. So we want to do the chapter first, and then we proceed on to do the Alpha's Chapter 2 after the credits, where we would have to turn in that Lapis Lazuli. So yeah, all the order of like the chapters does actually make a lot of is actually very important. Why we're doing certain chapters earlier. And also, Anime has already mentioned the Magic Nut M that opens up after finishing this chapter, so that's also one reason.
Over here, we'll see Lori stealing some soul stones. Obviously, we could have bought these earlier with Tressa when we came to the town, but they're very expensive. These soul stones are actually they're upmarked compared to other soul stones in the game by like 2,000 each or something. So they're really expensive if you want to buy it. But coming here with Therian, when we have like the Matthias and the Drysang experience, means that we can basically steal them and at a very high rate too. And then it's just nice to have some extra soul stones to throw at enemies and such. And also, we, as Quadra mentioned earlier, there's going to be some provokes that Hana has to do that we need specific stones on and such. Yeah. Oh, and
So
also,
yeah, I was gonna mention we're gonna pick up a force shield. Oh, unfortunate. Laurie got the encounter here. Let's see. I get the flea, so that's fine. Okay. Easy flea. So we're gonna pick up the force shield here. This was the force shield has an interesting history in this route. So basically, what happened was that I believe there might be some technical difficulties on the team boost side. So Laurie's kind of just giving a little bit of time for that to be sorted out. So appreciate that. But in the meantime, we can explain about the force shield. So the force shield, it's a really strong shield that you can pick up in this chapter. It serves purely a defensive purpose. There is no shields we only use for defense pretty much. So originally it was in the road. It was pretty much essential, especially when you're in the Cyrus road, because you don't have access to. Wait, no, you didn't need the force shield there as well. Okay, but anyway, sorry, I'm talking to myself here. But we get the force shield originally because it's very nice to have, especially for its physical defense stat. It has higher physical defense compared to Adamantine Shield. Adamantine Shield has 76 physical defense. The force shield has 102 or 103. It's somewhere there. You would
need that physical defense. One of the for a lot of the fights later on in the run. One big one, for example, is Winterhill, who can just one shot you with a very big physical attack. So the force shield was a mainstay in the route for a very long time. But it costs 18 seconds to pick up, 15 seconds technically. 3 seconds comes from the Win So Soon L that you would pick up on the way to the next screen after picking up the force shield. So for a while we did cut out the force shield, and I believe the Japanese runners are still skipping the force shield. So that just goes to show like how, like force shield is, it's one of the things that is one of the most expendable things in this route. But I still find that the force shield is valuable for the defensive utility that it provides. Basically, without the force shield, you would have to do a lot of kind of swapping around of equipments, giving extra nuts to characters to make up for that lack of the lack of defense. And then you would also have to swap around the adamantine shield instead.
Yeah, I believe it was Sanjan, a longtime runner of this game, who came up with the idea of skipping Force Shield, and it is definitely a really cool idea to compensate for the defense in other ways. Like I believe the Tough Nut L from Riverford or some other nut somewhere, but because of like the menuing trade-off and also just it's not actually like it's not that bad in terms of like adding some consistency for just a minor time loss. And as I mentioned before, there's not that many free shields that are lying around in the game. There is a force shield in Haunted Chapter 4 and then a night shield in Cyrus 3. Cyrus 4, but those are a little out of the way and also just will come later than we would want them because we want them, especially for like Winterhill and some the sooner you get something, the better it'll be. Also, we see the runners have continued now. QT was having some issues downloading the save file, so looks like we're back on track.
Laurie does
Also, I
pick up
guess
the force shield. Yep, go ahead.
I was gonna say the armor that is routed and such is actually pretty specific because of Esme's 2 attacks. One of her attacks is Red Blade, which is actually Fire Elemental, and that's actually relevant because we have the High House armor that gives a 25% reduction, and that is actually relevant if that character is hit, and it's actually
Pay attention to how Laurie gives the nourishing nut to Ophi, but does not heal Ophi. This is because Esmeralda's physical attack does a lot less damage than her Red Blade. So that if Ophi was actually at full health, it would not be guaranteed that she would be put under 30% from the physical attack. So by not healing Ophi there, you would actually make it guaranteed that both the physical attack, the normal attack, and the Red Blade would always put Ophi under 30% HP, and that makes it so that this fight is 100% safe, because Therion can live 2 hits with the High House's armor, reducing Red Blade's damage because it's an elemental attack. But it also gets covered, interestingly enough. And both Tressa and Elfin have cover and Hang Tough. Hang Tough is a skill that there you can see cover come into play. Hang Tough is a skill that allows you to survive any fatal attack as long as you're above 30% HP. So it's very useful, especially when combined with cover, to make your characters basically not be able to die. Yeah, and I made a mistake. There is actually Tressa and Therion who have cover, not Tressa and Elfin.
So over here we see the usage of veterans. This was going to be, I believe, the last or one of the last uses outside of the Ulbrich using hired help. Quadra can correct me if I'm wrong, but after this point, eventually Ophelia will just become strong enough to not need that extra damage and just does all the damage on her own.
Yeah, pretty much. That's absolutely correct. Apart from the Ulbrich chapters, we probably we pretty much won't see higher health veterans again. Esmeralda is kind of like just the last boss that you need to use veterans on because she's a chapter 4 boss. After this point, we're just going to clean up with some chapter 2 and chapter 3 bosses. So we don't need any hard health veterans for those. And then eventually we'll get enough JP from clearing those chapters to get the next stages of Ophi's power-ups to make it so that she does not she can basically solo all the big bosses later on in the run. Yeah, so now
this
Lori
goes.
has finished. Sorry, I'll just go on ahead first. So Lori has finished the chapter 4 of Tressa's chapter, which is our starting character. So GG's to Lori for finishing a Tressa single story. And now we get a roughly 7 to 8 minute break of credits for team break.
Yes, and here on QT side, we see her buying a Curious Bloom as she makes her way along. There's a few Curious Blooms you can pick up. I believe early in the game, the runners picked up one in Cobblestone, and then here there's another one. And then there's like backups you can get. Like for example, when you finish Alpha in Chapter 4, you spawn it in Clear Book, and you can buy another one and such. And you do want a few of these for the bosses, but it can have a slight variance in terms of how many you end up actually using. But they're very useful for turn order manipulation, and we'll see that being pretty pivotal against the advanced job bosses who are very strong. We'll make quicker work of them compared to Drysang now that we are a little bit bulkier and stronger overall. And in terms of like defeating these later bosses and things, it goes back to how I mentioned about like the job points and such. As you get more and more, you start unlocking more of Sorcerer's later skills, and you will also unlock its support skills, which amplify your damage more and more. Elemental Aid and Augmented Elements both add a lot of damage. In addition to that, we'll get the Scholar and Cleric Divines, which will amplify the damage even further beyond that. And something that's nice is that while we are making progress toward those two Divines, other support skills that we get from those jobs are also very useful. Evil Ward from the Cleric class we've been using, as well as Percipience from the Scholar class. They're both really important. The first for running away from enemies, and the second from not getting caught by surprise from enemies, and that adds a lot of consistency, and also makes it so that you don't always have to defeat these random trash mob encounters.
I just want to take some time to talk about the elemental shield that we picked up. So in Tressa's chapter 3, there's a mandatory purchase that you have to purchase, the Ebert shield. This is a story item, but that NPC also sells like a bunch of other shields. Actually, I could mention the plate shield. We used to get this plate shield, which only provides 45 physical defense. So back when the Ophi Sword route first came out, we used the plate shield on Ophi, specifically only for Winterhild. But yeah, eventually with the reroutes and then a different configuration of nuts and defensive gear, we don't need a plate shield anymore. But now we are using the elemental shield. And so the elemental shield is interesting because it's kind of like the adamantine shield. It's like a weaker version of the adamantine shield. It gives not a lot of physical defense. In fact, it only has 36 physical defense, which is less than the plate shield. But it gives 76 elemental defense, something like that. So that's useful for Theora, which is going to be one of the big damage checks in this game later. Damage checks. Specifically, Theora can get around Hang Tough because her attack Shooting Stars does 3 hits of damage, which bypasses your Hang Tough, because the second hit can't put you under 30% HP, and then the third hit will take you out. And so the Elemental Shield's kind of useful for that fight because it just gives a lot of elemental defense. It's also nice for the Yvonne fight because his ads have a very strong elemental attack called Tornado. So with the plate shield, you couldn't like defend from. It doesn't give any elemental defense, so it doesn't have any benefit when it comes to protecting against Tornado. So just before, without the elemental shield, for the Yvonne fight, you'd basically need. You basically have two characters that are susceptible to getting knocked out. Cyrus, or three characters actually. Cyrus, Tressa, and Darion. Ophi's pretty bulky, so she's generally fine. But with the elemental shield, you can actually let Cyrus, or you could actually put the force shield on Tressa instead and have Cyrus have the elemental shield. So he has basically the same survivability as far as that fight's concerned. But with the force shield, Tressa can then survive Yvonne's attack and 2 tornadoes, which is actually a pretty big deal for that fight because just so many things can go wrong in that fight. So that's one of the reasons why the elemental shield is pretty useful. It just gives you more flexibility when it comes to the Yvonne fight, which is kind of notorious for how it can really throw off runners. I myself have had many bad Yvonne fights, especially with the previous route where you would have to collect Yvonne, so the margin for error is very, very small. Once somebody goes down, you basically have to do a very long backup in order to get your collect off. But with this route, we're skipping the collect, plus we have the extra defense from the elemental shield, which makes the fight a lot more manageable. So yeah, that's just a somewhat rambly exposition about the elemental shield, a little seemingly insignificant piece of equipment. But a lot of these defensive equipment, have very hidden. They have a lot of hidden utility when it comes to improving the consistency of this route.
Thank you for that, Quadra. That was really informative. And yeah, that would make sense. Yvonne, when in this back when Cyrus was a sorcerer, Yvonne's not as bad because he had more experience and job points. But here, obviously, Cyrus is low. And also in general, the ads for that battle are notorious in the single story as well and such. Also on the right hand side, we saw QT having to deal with some rough elemental battles. Elementals are especially bad because they have very strong AoE attacks that they can do that do a ton of damage, significantly more than most other enemies. So to deal with that, some runners will opt to just throw a soul stone outright, which QT decided to do on the second time through and got through a little bit more smoothly, and has now moved on to the boss, fortunately. And I guess a minor thing is Alphen uses a concocted break. That's because this boss is weak to fire, and Noxfruit is easy to obtain. Or I believe he starts with some actually. But in addition to that, he could opt to use 1,000 spears or something, but that's a slower animation. And Theron has a free turn on the first turn anyway to reduce the shields a little bit.
Yeah, the Venom 2 Tiger actually has a lot of evasion, so you don't want to use physical attack with Alphins, because there's a pretty high chance that he can miss, and you just kind of lose the fight from there.
Yeah, I believe it's semi-similar with Esmeralda. You need the Unerring Bracelet to land the Elemental Break consistently against her, because she also has relatively high evasion.
Yeah, the Unerring Bracelet, low-key, very important item for your consistency. Believe it or not, runners used to not use Unerring Bracelet on the Esmeralda fight. They would just gamble with the if I'm not wrong, they would just gamble with the Elemental Break chance of missing. But eventually they realized that, hey, actually the Unerring Bracelet is much better for that fight. I believe they used to put Empowering Bracelet on Ophi or something. Or actually, no, it was Cyrus at that point. It was either Empire. I think it was Empire Bracelet that they used to put on Cyrus for that fight. Again, because Esmeralda does so much damage, right? But eventually, we kind of realized that, hey, we can just use the Unerring Bracelet and not have that chance of missing Elemental Break anymore.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Alright, actually, I was gonna say something I forgot. Never mind. If I remember later.
Yeah, just let me know when you remember. But Laurie's making her way through Vanessa. Again, another fight that we used to do like the elemental break on the first turn, then don't ABP, and then 2 spells with Ophi. The nice thing about this fight is that this fight version now, where you break Vanessa, is that she never gets off her 3rd turn. Whereas in the past, like she could get off that move where she could, like, for example, poison Ophi and then you lose time to the poison tick, or she could have some slower animations basically. But basically with the way that it's the fight is now, she would always use, if she does, you can also sometimes break her on the 2nd turn before she even does anything. But if she gets the 2nd turn, she always just use the physical attack, which has a much faster animation than the other skills that she has.
Yeah, in order to skip her 3rd turn, you have to break her, and in order to break her, you have to first defeat the ads. Ophelia has the Knowledge Staff, which actually gives a lot of base speed. I believe it's 99, so she is favored to go sooner in turn order, but she's not guaranteed. And in order to break her, you would want Ophelia to go and then defeat the ads with her spell, and then the other characters can break Vanessa. But that wasn't always possible if in the old script, I believe it was Elemental Break on the 1st turn, and then you're not certain where Ophelia is in the turn order. But now Ophelia will definitely defeat the ads on the 1st turn, and then the characters can break.
And we're finally picking up Cyrus. So we've talked about Cyrus a lot throughout this run so far, but we never actually got to meet Cyrus, so here he is. So this is Cyrus. Like we mentioned, he used to be the main sorcerer for the route because he has the highest elemental damage scaling. So it just kind of makes perfect sense to have him as a sorcerer. And he's actually a really good sorcerer. I mean, the fact that he stayed as the main DPS for so long. But he has his Achilles heel. His one very glaring weakness is that he really likes to study. And so every time he goes into battle, he will just study the enemies, and it takes a whopping 2 seconds for him to do that. But because we're speedrunners and we know pretty much everything about the game, so as far as the speedrun is concerned, we don't need to know the weaknesses of enemies. So Cyrus's study foe just basically, it adds up over the course of the run and just loses you like 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes or something. Yeah, so imagine just losing 2 minutes just because you're Cyrus. So that's not very good, not very fast. And so that was one of the reasons why Ophelia was eventually replaced Cyrus as well.
Yeah, and then having guide is a arguably more useful path action than scrutinize. We do use, Alphen, so we can use his Inquire as a substitute. Because of the level gate, it can be a little bit more annoying, but having guide and the consistency of that for quests later is well worth the trade-off.
One nice thing about picking up Cyrus here is that you get the free heal from picking him up. Every time you pick up a character, you get a free heal to your SP and HP. SP is pretty important now. You have to kind of, like, sorcerer spells take a lot of SP to use, and your SP pool is quite limited. So you kind of have to pay attention to how much SP you have. Sometimes you have to heal if you don't have enough for the next boss. So picking up Cyrus there gives you a free heal, so you don't have to heal your SP manually. And with the way that the XP route works out, you get, if you're on like the standard XP route, you would get heals from level ups in places that are pretty convenient. So that's one nice thing about the route now. Just the way I believe, like, if they're on the standard XP route, they would level up from Gideon after this fight, after this chapter, which is nice because you don't have to heal before the next fight, Yvonne, where you need like pretty much your entire SP bar to clear the fight.
Yeah, I believe if you're low level enough, you can even miss the SP by 1. You would have like 163 when you need 164 or something. In which case you could just. I mean, we do have a stimulating bracelet from Ophelia Chapter 3. One of the boss enemies dropped it, but it is minor time loss. A little annoying to have to do that, but I don't think anyone here will have it because there was plenty of encounters earlier.
Yeah, and in the past we used to get like a third Nourishing Nut M, which is not actually a bad thing to get, actually, even in this route. But the reason why we just don't get it anymore is just because it's expensive. It takes like 2,800 leaves, which the money in the early game is considerably tighter than in the middle to late game. So every bit of money counts, especially when leading up to fights like Dryside, for example. Money costs a lot more time to get in the early game than in the later game. So being able to save that 2.8k leaves on the Nourishing Nut M, Invigorating Nut M, is somewhat significant.
Yeah, money in Octopath kind of has like this curve where like in the beginning it's like super important, like all the leaves and all the stones make a huge difference, and then as it goes on and on, we start just ignoring large chests of money that are nearby just because we don't need it and they're slow. Even if it's a few seconds of a step away, we just don't need it at that point. So because money is tight early game, and you want to avoid as many purchases as possible, and put off as many things as you can. Like there is stuff that we passed that we could have gotten like some stones and other things, but we opt not to just because that way we can save a little money when it's tight and important. I guess I will mention in this map there is a fortifying nut M that is near Odette's house that we were near. In the past, a couple fortifying nuts were used in the route. Yeah, even up until recently, but I believe it was Quadra had come up when he made his new route. Quadra, you routed out almost every single fortifying nut. For some trade-offs, minor trade-offs, like phase 2 requires a certain script instead of the old script, but it overall is I assume more consistent in your opinion or something.
Yeah, so how it works out is that in the past, for the second phase of the final boss, you basically have two scripts. The first one is if basically you just always want Therion to go before the Maw, and then if Therion is first, you would have to use Nightmare Chimera on the Maw to disable it from damaging your party. And then you would have to do take an extra turn in the fight to defeat the boss. But if you want a fast fight, then you need someone before Therion, and that way, instead of using Nightmare Chimera, he can just use Abers, and then that will take out all the appendages of the boss in 2 turns instead of 3 turns. Because you have to use Nightmare Chimera on the first turn, and then you start to use Abers on the second and third turn. So in order to make that fast fight more consistent, what you would do is you would get a lot of speed gear on Ulbrich, and then hope that both Therion and Ulbrich go before the Maw, or Therion plus someone, but usually it would be Ulbrich. Yeah, the problem is that with that strat is that speed is not consistent. It just gives you a greater chance of going first, but it doesn't guarantee it. So what happens is that you can just pick up all that speed gear and put it all on Ulbrich, and then you can still have Therion go first, and you lose like 30 to 40 seconds because speed didn't work as intended. So that was quite frustrating for me. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
yeah, so that was quite frustrating, especially at the end of the run. So eventually, what I thought was that, hey, maybe you could just cut all of these speed equipment instead, and then always use Nightmare Chimera. On them also default to the slower fight, but trade that time that you would spend in the fight elsewhere, for example, not getting the speed gear. And then because you always use Nightmare Chimera on the Maw, you don't need as much damage on there. So basically, the Fortifying Nuts was to make the fast fight possible, because the Abers would need to hit a certain amount of damage, specifically 60,000 damage on the Maw, so you would need enough damage to put the Maw under half of its health, and then it wouldn't damage your party. We'll explain more of this later once we get to the end of the game, end of the run. But yeah, because we... Oh, sorry, were you going to talk about Yvonne?
Well, I was just gonna mention that the turnover was really good on turn 2. Lori went before all of the ads, so that was really nice. In addition to that, Therian was before Ophelia, so he could get a dagger hit off on Yvonne on first turn, which is nice. Cyrus can miss his staff hits. You could also use like a light soulstone large or something else to break him, but if you do the staffs, there's a minor chance of missing, so just to reduce the odds a little bit, having Therian get good turn order helps. So that was a good fight overall.
Yep, that's great. So Yvonne is quite can be a pain sometimes. His ads do a lot of damage, and then previously we have to collect Yvonne, like I mentioned, but now in this script we don't collect Yvonne anymore, so that gives us a lot more flexibility in this fight. Just going back, just closing off the circle which I started with the Fortifying Nuts. Yeah. So previously you need Fortifying Nuts to always put Maw under 50% HP with the fast fight for phase 2 of the final boss. But because we always use Nightmare Chimera now, and Nightmare Chimera does more damage than Abers on the Maw, you don't need all those Fortifying Nuts anymore. So you can not only cut the speed gear, you can also cut the Fortifying Nuts. In return, you default to the slower fight. Plus, you always need an extra debuff on one of the appendages, the Blade of Galdera, to get enough damage. But yeah, we'll cover this a little bit more in detail later. But basically, TLDR is that the fight is slower now, but we save that time elsewhere in the run, not having to pick up extra Fort Nuts and extra Speed Nuts, so it turns out to be pretty much about the same speed, but just more consistent.
Yeah.
As far as the time save goes.
Yeah, and also that slower fight is just a little bit more comfy in terms of just turns. You have a little bit more free turns to work with, whereas the faster fight was just tighter on turns. But yeah, that'll be something for the very end. On the left-hand side, Lori has moved on from after Cyrus to Haunted. This is like called early Haunted, where basically we come here to pick up Haunted to do an early quest. There's a quest. There's a whole quest line that Galdera requires, and I guess we haven't really discussed that. First, there's the quest outside your Chapter 1 town, where you just give a healing grape, the most basic of all items, and then that's kind of a tutorial quest. After that, there is 4 quests that are scattered in the overworld. Each of the 4 requires one of the 2 pairs of path actions. One requires you to buy an item, one requires you to do a fight, provoke, or challenge, and then one requires a scrutinize, inquire, and guide/allure. So this one is like she's being used for the provoke/challenge one. Way back early on in Galdera speedruns, Ulbrich was used. You would get him to a certain level to challenge Alphys, who's in Boulder Fall, and then once you challenge Alphys and defeat him, then you unlock the next phase of his quest line, where you have to go to Saint's Bridge and inquire for information to complete the quest. But this early Haunted means that you would take Haunted there to do the provoke early, and now when you come to Saint's Bridge to do Alpha Chapter 3, you can do the Alpha side quest along the way, and in addition to that, when you're completing that, you are also placed near a powerful weapon which is called the Battle-Tested Staff. that staff was only unlocked because we completed Ophelia Chapter 4. So everything kind of just synergizes really well, where the pathing works out extremely well to do it in this order, and that's only possible because we can grab Hana and do her to do the early provoke early on, rather than wait later for Ulbrich or something.
Yeah, actually, interestingly, I can't believe we didn't realize this. Oh, actually, wait, just briefly, the very unlucky second screen encounter in Alpha Chapter 2 there for QT. Okay, anyway, back to early Haunted. We didn't realize this. A lot of the runners didn't realize this, myself included, but we don't always have to only swap one character out when you pick up the party member. So what we realized is that you can actually put both Haunted in the party plus another person. You could put Alphen in the party, because the difficult part of using the tricky part for early Haunted was that you need Haunted in the party, but you also need Alphen in the party because you want to start Alphen's Chapter 3, which means that you couldn't have Ophelia in the party because you would need both Tressa and Therion as well. You need Therion because you need to start his Chapter 3 at that point, and you want Tressa because like Tressa's always in the party, which meant that you couldn't have Ophelia, and Ophelia's a DPS, so it was kind of weird. But then we realized that, hey, actually you don't need you could... Oh, what was I gonna say? Okay, no. You could put Hana in the party, but you can also put Alphen in the party over Tressa. Sorry, I didn't mean that you always need Tressa. The difficult part was that you wanted to take both Hana and Alphen out of the party, but we didn't realize that you could take both of them out in that menu. Because with the Cyrus route, you would not you would pick up Haunted first, and then you would pick up Alphen afterwards, if I'm not wrong. Actually, no. Actually, I can't remember how the Cyrus route went. Okay, but basically, yeah, some of this history is a little murky in my mind, by the way. But yeah, we realized that eventually you can put both characters in the party for the early Haunted strat, and that's why it kind of took off.
Yeah, looks like Orlick is okay. Well, it was really close. But yeah, he tapped Haunted, which is unfortunate. Also, if he got his turn, he would have summoned a golem. So good thing that Lori managed to finish him off. But yeah, that was unfortunate about Haunted getting targeted there. But yeah, what you say makes sense. When you recruit a character, basically that menu that pops up is essentially just a tavern menu. So then you can swap out multiple characters at once, and then that helps facilitate this early Haunted, where you can do some party order manipulation. And also, since Tressa has been completed, even though she's our starting character, she could be swapped out if necessary as well. Also, notably for this provoke, you do need a Shadow Soulstone of that element. I believe it's Shadow or Fire for this NPC. But she needs for her chapter later. She'll also want Fire and Shadow.
Yeah, actually, it can actually be more optimal sometimes if Hana gets hit on the Orlick fight. She doesn't need the XP at all. And like her turns are basically dead turns there, so if she goes down, you don't have to defend or pass her turn with it in the fight at all. So the trade-off is that you just have to use an olive after the fight, but it's actually not a really big deal if Hana goes down there. And sometimes it's a little funny because you just finished the fight with one character down.
Okay, that would make sense then. Yeah. I guess that's similar to how in the Octopath 2, in some battles when Oswald is knocked out, you just leave him knocked out because you still get the passive evasive maneuvers from him. And then it makes sense also in terms of the routing for this game is like a lot of these the side party like Ulbrich, Haunted, Primrose, we get enough experience and job points to unlock the necessary skills, which is usually just like hang tough cover or something like that for later from just their chapter from just doing their chapter bosses because we have at that point Hard Worker and also Badge of Friendship to unlock things.
just want to briefly mention that right now we're doing Darion's Chapter 3 and also Alpha's Chapter 3 concurrently. The order used to be a little different before this. So basically what we would do is, after Yvonne, we would do Orlick first, and then we would pick up Hanit. Yeah, so the problem, it was not really a problem. Basically, the way that is routed now, you bring Hanit into Orlick, the Darion's Chapter 2 instead of Cyrus, which means that you save the 2 seconds of Study Foe on Orlick and the potential random encounter you get on the way to Orlick. So that's up to like a 4 second potential, 2 second guaranteed time save, and another 2 seconds of additional potential time save. Yeah, and it still works out the same because at the end of Darion's Chapter 2, you get put in Boulderfall. Originally, you would use that warp to go to Sparky to pick up Hanit, but here you can use the warp to go and provoke alphas instead. But then one of the trade-offs is that because you don't have Alphin in the party at the moment, you need to start Darion's Chapter 3 first, so you have access to the tavern to pick up Alphin. In the past, we would pick up both Alphin and Hanit from recruiting Hanit, which means that you can go to Saintsbridge first to start Alphin's Chapter 3, then go to Wellspring to do Darion's Chapter 3. Because I'm talking about this because of the way that the warps are set up. The previous route had access to the battle-tested stuff before this Gareth fight here. If we're talking strictly about like optimal warps, but right now, with the way because you have to go to Darien Chapter 3 first, then Alphin, then Sagebridge, then back to Wellspring, you have to do Gareth without access to the BT stuff. You can actually get the BT stuff if you start Darien Chapter 3 first and then warp out before giving the bottle of wine to the NPC, but that loses you about like half a second or so. So I was really annoyed by that. So I just decided, hey, actually, no, you know what? We're just going to do Gareth without the BT stuff. The reason why we want the BT stuff for Gareth is that we actually want Ophi to go slower on this fight, so that other characters can go before her to give her BP, and then with the extra damage from the BT stuff, you'll be able to consistently take out Gareth in 2 turns. Yeah, with the knowledge stuff, this is not always possible, but sometimes it is still possible. So that was kind of what pushed me to settle on the doing the Gareth fight without the BT stuff. Yeah, the fact that it's still possible to do that 2-turn fight with knowledge stuff.
Yeah, and just to talk about Gareth a little bit, he has the least HP of all Chapter 3 bosses. Even some Chapter 2 bosses have more HP than him, probably because he has 2 powerful adds and also extremely high evasion. And also when he powers up to his 3 actions per turn, he does a lot of damage. He's actually like kind of a mini Darius, who's Darion's Chapter 4 boss, and because he can be a little troublesome in like casual playthroughs or other runs and such. But because he has the least HP, he's not that hard to burst down. And then because Sorcerer also does AoE damage, that also helps. Yeah. And also here we see the magic nut being picked up, the one mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we're really taking advantage of the fact that Darion's chapters put you back in Borderfall. So we use that to go and provoke alphas, go and get a magic nut. So now we're getting that what was it called? We're getting the fabled BT stuff that we've been talking about while completing Alpha's chapter 3. Lori correctly identifying that she needs to inquire this NPC here, which I've definitely forgotten quite a few times myself. But yeah, so you can see that while we're doing this story, because we have to go to the second screen anyway, it just makes sense to do all this side questing alongside with it. If you, in the previous route, like originally when we used Albrecht, you would have to come back all the way to Saints Bridge much later in the run, and then you would have to go all the way back to outside the cathedral to complete the Alphys' side quest here.
Yeah, doing all this pathing all at once is just extremely efficient and very smooth feeling because you complete you make progress in Alphen story, and then also here there's shadow stones which are helpful for Hanet's chapter, but then also the quest line that is mandatory, but also the staff that is also extremely powerful and necessary. This staff helps cover like a lot of the damage that you would want. It's about 60 magic attack higher than the knowledge staff, and we will put the knowledge staff back on briefly at points later. But for now, this will be necessary and used, especially for the advanced job bosses coming up. We really want to just maximize as much damage as possible. Starting with this next boss that it's gonna be reached, Steor or the Starseer. In addition, at this point with the job point routing, we can unlock some powerful skills. Notably, we want to unlock Tenebrae. That helps with one of Stero's weaknesses, but also Alfric's on Therian because he has a lot of JP for it. Alfric's, for those who don't know, doubles the skill that you use, so it will break twice the number of shields and also do twice the amount of damage. That's very helpful because Stero has patterns. Well, she starts with 7 shields, but she does have a 12 shield pattern as well. So it's really helpful for breaking the shields. And in addition to that, it also unlocks another support skill to amplify the damage further.
Yeah, speaking of the support skills, have we talked about Elemental Aid? I believe we might not have.
Just I mentioned about the source having good skills, but yeah, Elemental Aid double SP, but which is unfortunate, but 50% extra damage, so very useful. I guess yeah, you could talk about it. Yeah, good.
Yeah, so we actually got Elemental Aid when during the Yvonne fight. That's why it doubles our SP cost. That's why we need so much SP for the Yvonne fight and for every fight onwards. But the 1.5 times boost to the magic, to elemental attack is very well worth it. Yeah, we also get stronger strikes. This makes Ophelia do more damage when hitting an elemental weakness outside of break. So yeah, instead of 1.3 times, it becomes 1.5 times. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say one unfortunate thing about elemental break is that stronger strikes is that it doesn't apply if the enemy is broken. So that is unfortunate about it. But there are times when we're gonna be using it to help break and then deal extra damage and such.
Yeah, this fight is one of them. Steora. Yep. Do you want to talk about Steora?
Yeah. So pretty simple. Over here, we'll probably see a leg hold from Alphen, or a concoct leg hold, that is. But basically, the goal is to usually leg hold Steroar on turn 2, or if you can get good turnover and avoid that. But usually, you would leg hold or use this Curious Incense, which is the Curious Bloom usage, and then get a little bit of BP on Therian so that he can Alfrix Ophelia. Then Peacock as well. He's gonna get Peacock off here, which is gonna be helpful. And then this is gonna be pretty clean. We'll want to heal up Therian fully, but otherwise, yeah, just break her and then do more damage and collect the money along the way. It could go quite south because on turn 1 she can confuse. Well, she did confuse, and then you do want to heal it off, but that can throw things off. But this looks pretty clean.
Yeah, Steora is actually probably the trickiest fight in this route. Just because of the fact that there can be so much variance depending on who she chooses to confuse, and sometimes you just lose a turn because she confuses the person who is supposed to act right after her. So sometimes the fight can get really dicey. But we see a pretty clean fight on Lori's side here, so all is good. We get the 12 shield pattern, which is actually the slowest pattern, but at this point, as long as Lori doesn't make any mistakes, it should be a wrap for this fight. Oh, Ophelia is actually going first on the next turn, so she would have to do a little bit of an extra backup here. Let's see how Lori handles this. But basically, with the other patterns, or yeah, we pretty much once Stereo recovers from the break, you're just gonna break her again using the elemental weakness. The nice thing about Alfrix is that it doubles the spell cost, so you do get double the amount of shields taken out as well. And then it's just a matter of giving Ophelia one more BP so that she's gonna be able to get another big hit off. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, so this is one of the other things that can happen in the fight, is that if you get the 12 shield pattern and Ophelia goes first on the 5th turn, can make it a little bit tricky to recover, because then you might have to reapply your buffs and take care of her SP because she's running pretty low on SP. So we'll see. Oh, actually, yeah, that was a good. I believe actually, yeah, probably was able to get the revitalizing gem before the break, before the end of the break. So that's why we had the free turns there.
Yeah, usually you would want a rain of arrows with Tressa if possible, because the 12 shield pattern is weak to spear and a bow, which is probably intentional because that works well with 1,000 spears and rain of arrows. So that's my suspicion for like the game design perspective. But when you depending on the turn order, it could get worse. It could be bad. But it's not usually actually like horrible, because as long as you can always just delay the break, you don't have to re-break her like immediately on the unbreak turn, and then you have another turn to follow up. In addition to that, we learned some skills from Steora's, from Starseer. Notably, Hard Worker is the first support skill. Well, all the first 3 are all really good, but the first one, Hard Worker, gives 50% extra job points. So that's really helpful, because it's just like Badge of Friendship, but now we're getting double from every single battle. So every 1 battle is like worth 2 at this point, and that's still important for reaching like some job point thresholds and things. Oh, and then boost start, of course, as well. That's another thing that's very important and can be useful later as well.
Yeah, you can see why we planned the order of the bosses this way. We want to rush Steora as quickly as possible to get access to that extra JP. But in order to defeat Steora as quickly as possible, we need extra power, which is where Elemental Aid comes in. And the augmented element support skill, which Anime mentioned, that gives 1.2 times to your elemental damage. So we kind of need all that power and the BT stuff. So we did all those chapters beforehand, like the Cyrus chapters, the clearing up Alphys chapter 2, chapter 2, Theros chapter 2. All those chapters gave us the JP to get all these important support skills and the important equipment, the damage needed to take out Sierra. And then we finally get access to the Starseer job, so we can have that accelerated JP growth in order to get even more power ups later, like Boost Start and BP Eater's another big one. We'll talk about those more when we get there. But right now, the next thing that we really want is the support skill Deal More Damage, because that's going to break the 10,000 damage limit. Well, technically it's 9,999. We'll break that limit and go to 99,999 instead. So that's very important, because we're, as you can see on the Steora fight, we're already hitting the cap damage. And in order to go beyond that, we need the do more damage. The Surpassing Power support skill, which is you need 5 warrior skills to unlock that, so 4,630 JP. And then in order to get that and all the other, like the damage skills, you need a lot of JP. So that's why Steora comes first. Then the next thing we want is Surpassing Power. And then from then on, then we can start to think about increasing our damage even further.
Yeah, up until this point, we've been using Sorcerer, which has like the 3-hit magic spells that you've all seen, and that kind of helps circumvent the 999 cap up until this point because you know, doing 3 sets of 7,000, that's 21,000 worth of damage, but we haven't like gone beyond that. Now with not specifically Ogre Eagle coming up, but the boss right afterwards, we're gonna want to do a lot more damage if we want to burst within enough turns, within a shorter number of turns. We'll I guess get to that. Or I guess I can talk about it a little bit. The War Master job is has always been part of the Galdera speedrun and the route. Ever since the first run that Gel did, it was the primary DPS for phase 2, and it's basically always stayed like as that. And then in order to defeat the boss Winnehild, though, in the early days, there's a well-known strat, which is Rune Lord Tressa. You would transfer runes to her, she would sidestep and then dodge and then defeat the boss. Later, there was like experimentation and such. Another strat which was later developed was to use Elemental Break and Boosted to get multiple turns of Elemental defense down on Winnehild, then Peacock Ophelia up, and then do multiple breaks of damage while feeding Ophelia boost points, and then using hired help mercenary and shackle in order to reduce the incoming damage, and that also worked efficiently and well, and it was faster than the Rune Lord strat. But then later on, after testing with BT staff, I believe it was Zero who found that it's possible to just burst that boss as long as things work out. That fight can go south, which we'll see in a little bit. But first, it's Ogre Eagle, which is also another boss that can not be can be a little bit rough. Basically, he has some statuses, namely Sleep and Confuse, which can be a little bit annoying. I guess Quadra, do you want to talk about this boss a little bit or anything?
Yeah, sure. So kind of like Stera, mini Stera, there's a chance of status. But essentially what you need to do is that you need to put Alfrix on Ophelia, then you need to break the Eagle with Glacius Claudaire, and then one more Ignis Ardaire afterwards. The hard part is just how you get there, right? Because you want to try to mitigate the chances of getting a bad statusing ailment. But at the same time, you need to make sure Thera goes before Ophi on the second turn, so that he can give Alfrix to Ophi. And then you also need to give 1 BP to Therion because he needs enough BP to use Alfrix. All divine skills like Alfrix need 3 BP to use. And at the same time, you also want to if Ophi is going, if the Eagle is going before Ophi, then you kind of want to make sure that you get off a leg hold, so that Ophi can break the Eagle before it takes a turn. And you also want BP on Ophi because you need her to have enough BP to do all the damage that she needs to do. So that's the tricky part. The fight itself is not super difficult, but the tricky part is finding the most efficient way to get around it.
Yeah, I believe it's like a 2 and 6 or 2 and 7 to get a bad status element, and then depending on when the Eagle attacks you, you could lose a turn, just like in the Stera fight, and it could be a little bad. Here it looks pretty smooth. Something else is you do want to collect with Tressa. We saw it collected 60,000, and that's a lot of money. It's gonna fund Ulbrich will need to use veterans, we'll have some purchases and other things, but the money is useful. It's not actually mandatory because you could get backup money, like in the Rune Blade Shrine there's a 50,000 chest which could help cover it, but obviously it's slower to go out of the way to pick up a chest if we can just collect in the battle along the way. But it could be bad if you could end up not collecting. It's a little time loss.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct that it's 2 in 7 to get a bad status ailment, basically 1 in 7. There's 1 in 7. There's 7 possibilities that Ogre Eagle can inflict on you. You can inflict a bunch of statuses and then a bunch of debuffs. So the bad ones is there's a 2 in 7 chance to get those. The fight was pretty well handled by Lori, so now she's making her way over to Winnehild. So we want to kill one encounter here, ideally. Sometimes you can get trolled and you get a Revenant. which is annoying because you need that JP in order to get surpassing power. If let's say you're running a very tight JP route. There's a money chest in here. So sometimes if let's say you don't need a JP, right? You can skip that money chest and then you can try to make it to the end of this screen without Revenant. I shouldn't have jinxed it, but you can make it. Yeah, you can make it all the way to Windhill without an encounter. You can try for it while skipping the money chest. So that's something you can do if you're ahead on JP. But normally, if you want to kill the encounter here or you need the JP, then you would get the money chest here because it's just very easy to get. So yeah, we do see Lori forcing an encounter here because of that unfortunate Revenant encounter. Let's hope we don't get another one. You could potentially even take off EM here if you want to get your encounter faster. As you can see, in caves, caves and manses, your encounter, you actually have a larger distance to cover before you can get your first encounter, or before you can get the encounter.
But yeah, this is a much better encounter than the single Revenant. Also, there's a minor chance that they can drop Soul Stones. I don't think that it would actually help that much, but
no, we do get the Soul Stones.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's like, I don't know, 5%, which is really low. But yeah.
Shadow Soul Stone is actually one of the more useful ones actually. So that's pretty good. Yeah, so we do get that support skill, surpassing power here. That's the very important part. And very important. You want to put a brag on Sorcerer? Definitely, I've forgotten that before. I love the check there. And then we get Elephants. So before that we got Elfrix, which essentially doubled our damage because we get to cast our skills twice. Now we get Elephants. Elephants takes any AoE skill, which is like every single sorcerer spell, and makes it single target, but you double your damage. It wasn't useful before this because we didn't have surpassing power, but now that we do, Elephants is just a really big damage increase for our Ophelia here. And like the safety save here, Windhill can be a bit rough, but let's hope it goes well and we can see some really big damage numbers.
Yeah, for this boss, well, I guess we'll see here. Oh, this is good. No poison too.
Yeah,
okay, so
very good. No poison.
That's good.
Yeah, this is a wrap.
Yeah.
So this fight is set up so that everyone can survive Yalagaras. So that's Windhill's strongest move, and it can also poison your characters. So it will always put them under in cover range, so that the normal attack can be defended, can be covered by another character. Tressa and Alphen both get put under 30% with the regular attack, so they are safe from both normal attack and the big Yalagaras. But Ophelia and Therion are susceptible to attack into Yalagaras. So that's one of the things that can go wrong there. And also if one person gets poisoned, Therion and Tressa are somewhat expanded. Their turns here are somewhat expandable and flexible. But Ophelia and Alphen really need to get their turns off if possible. I mean, Ophelia and Alphen really want to get their turns off. So, and especially if Ophelia goes down here, it's very, very bad. You can try to recover the fight, but you would need some pretty good luck here. So, overall, that's why I think the safety save before Windhill was a very wise choice by Lori.
Also, for that battle just now, turn 3 was not great. Ophelia went first. Ideally, if she goes even just one person later in turn order, that can help because then she doesn't have to land the elemental break to break the boss as well. You could use staff or something to break the boss. But because she did go the very first, all three characters before they had to defend, and also apply Peacock. And then she had to break with elemental break, which can miss. And if it does miss, then it's unfortunate. You could extend the fight a little bit, but just time loss, unfortunate. But it didn't happen, so that's good.
Unfortunately, we don't have access to an Iron Bracelet for this fight because we absolutely require the Empowering Necklace on Ophi in order to survive Windhill. That's also why we have the Force Shield on Therion here. Why we picked up the Force Shield is so he can survive Windhill as well. So yeah, Widowhounds and Stera are basically very big damage checks. Stera on the elemental defense side, and also gets around hang tough with her triple hit shooting stars, and also with Widowhound as well. We did mention about Yaraga's hits 2 times, so it also bypasses hang tough. You have to make sure that Tressa and Elfin both survive the first hit above 30% HP. But you also kind of want them to be under 30% from the regular attack, so that's where some of the routing intricacies pay off. You can definitely have them not survive the... you can definitely have them live the normal attack above 30% HP, but it's more optimal to have them live below 30% HP, because then they would be safe from subsequent physical attacks. If let's say they survived above 30% HP, subsequent Yaragaras would hit them to 1 HP and then bypass hang tough and hit them again. And the second hit wouldn't be covered because it's considered like one skill, one attack.
It looks like QT's Stera fight is not going ideally. Maybe there was a... I think Therian attacked into Stera, and maybe it was a misclick or something. But this will be rough. She's in a Star Song, and then that busts her defense. Might be better to just reset, possibly. Yeah. When Stera gets her second turn, one of her 2 actions is Star Song, and then that will buff all her defenses, and you do less damage. Also, she just has a lot of shields, so it's kind of annoying. But yeah.
Stera definitely a very tricky boss. This is even more experienced runners can struggle with this, especially if you're under the pressure going fast. It can be very difficult to discern what is the most optimal solution to this fight. So that's why safety save on this fight is also a pretty wise choice.
Yeah, I think that on the first turn, Tressa was confused and attacked into her, possibly, or something. So that's unfortunate, because you do lose a turn, and that's harder to recover from, obviously.
Laurie just finished up with Balagar. Nothing really much to say about Balagar. We can talk about Balagar a little bit more once QT gets to Balagar, but that marks, I believe, the end of the second segment for Team Break. So we should be seeing the next runner come on soon.
Yeah, so this will be Alta. Yes, it's Alta who's going to be swapping off. So Alta's been grinding Galdera for the past few months, and also done more than 1 marathon of it. And I think in the most recent marathon he even PB'd on stream. So very cool. And he'll be the final runner on the left-hand side. And will be the runner on the right-hand side when we get to him. But it looks like QT's. Yeah, it looks like it'll be fine as long as she breaks with Mercs or okay. So yeah, she will do less damage with her attacks, but I guess she could extend it maybe or something. The elemental buff will be unfortunate though. It's gonna be a lot less damage. I guess one thing is she did break at the start of the turn, so she'll get 2 sets off. So I guess it's interesting.
So what Alta's doing is basically just going to be cleaning up with the rest of the chapters. We basically have almost our full power now. In more or less our full power. The next thing we kind of want is just that right now. Okay. Well, there's a lot of things to explain. In terms of the next power spike for Ophi, not really a power spike, more of an efficiency spike. Right now, we doing our divine skills is a little bit of a pain, right? Because we need free BP. Our characters start with only 1 BP, which means that naturally, if let's say we don't give any pomegranates to our characters, we need to wait until the 3rd turn to be able to cast our divine skills and get that huge boost in damage. But there's actually a support skill called Boost Start from the Starseer job that allows us to get 2 BP at the start of the battle, which essentially means that we have access to divine skills on the 2nd turn. And so our next goal is really to get to Boost Start so we can speed up pretty much all the fights by 1 turn, because we have divine access to our big boost in damage, the buffs, 1 turn earlier. Alongside Boost Start, we actually get access to BP Eater as well. This is a support skill from the Starseer job that increases any boosted attack by 1.5 times damage. And essentially every time you want to do damage to a boss, you're going to be boosting anyway, so it's pretty much an unconditional increase to your damage. It's a very, very, very overpowered support skill for damage. And yeah, just one of the big reasons why Starseer is also so important for this run. In fact, we don't really see Starseer being used as a job. There's a niche use for it at the final boss dungeon, but it essentially doesn't do anything. We don't actually use the job itself. We pretty much only want the job for support skills. But the support skills are so strong that it's super worth it to pick up the job, and pick up the job really early. We're making our way through Albrecht's Chapter 2 at the moment. This is where we would showcase how honorable of a warrior Albrecht is, because he's just going to chuck vets at all of his challenges. Very honorable. This is pretty much the fastest way to get through these fights. The alternate strat is if you would have to break them and then chuck soul stones, but that's really slow, and you also kind of need the soul stones for the hardest chapters later. And we have a lot of money at this point, so why not just use Hard Help Veterans?
Yeah, back in the in the early days of the Galdera speedrun, the strat was to break both of the bosses, both of the NPCs here, and throw a soul stone, because they both have less than 5,400 HP. The right guy would break the sword, and the left guy would break the spear, and then that did save 30,000. But if you have vets, that will save obviously 2 turns, because you don't need to break the enemy and see the animation and such. And the money is not that hard to come by, because it's kind of along the way. If you can just collect Eagle, for example, then you just get the money along the way. Also, something else is that those NPCs can also drop items. Actually, all of the NPCs we battle in this for the provokes and the challenges can drop an item or 2, like the Grand Armor and Enchanted Sword and some other stuff. And most of the time, it doesn't make a big difference, but it can make minor differences in menuing and such. Like for example, your Nightmare Chimera menu, a runner Sino, for example, had a run. He mentioned that he accidentally threw the wrong sword because the sword dropped. I believe there's also exotic garb, which might optimize in priority over something else. Can't recall, but yeah, it's just a minor thing that can happen as well. So this is the first of a few in the boss gauntlet that Ulbrich has, and we also saw the swap off of the staff as well. So for hopefully better turn order and damage.
No, you don't.
For you.
So the thing about the Albrecht's Chapter 2, the boss fights here, is that Alto's a little bit low on damage, I believe. He probably realizes here that he hasn't put on the BT stuff on Ophi. It's a little bit tricky. Basically, you want a knowledge staff for some of the fights
so Ophi can go earlier. But then in the arena itself, you want Ophi to go later because you want to give her BP first before she gets off her attacks. Which can matter sometimes also because you when you finish a fight on the first turn, it gives you bonus JP, and so that sometimes that does matter to hit that next JP threshold to get the BP Eater and the BP Eater and Boost Start, which we were talking about. Oh, it wasn't the Battle Test this time, it was the Adamantine hat that went out to Ulbrich for some reason. Okay, but yes, now okay, I see what happened there. Was that in the menu prior to picking up Ulbrich, instead of taking the Adamantine shield off, the Adamantine hat was taken off. So just a little minor thing there, but very easy to fix. So Alta very correctly identified that he was lacking in damage, and went to fix that immediately. And so we can see here how this fight's supposed to go, where we would give Ophi BP first, and then we actually get we actually take Archibald out before he even gets to use his signature move. So poor Archibald.
So here on QT side, I think she previously it looked like she was gonna use the concoct to bring Theria into the front. Now looking to okay. Yeah, she doesn't have Alfrex on, but she can still break Steor if she uses Mercs and like a stone or a spell, and then it's still possible to recover from the battle here. It's just that might depend on turn order for collecting a little bit.
Use this.
And then okay, let's just cast that. And then on the left side, Alta's making quick work of the boss as well, making his way through.
Yeah, so this is one of the fights where you really want Ophi to go last because, or later, because you want to give her her BP and her buffs before she starts to do any damage. If Ophi goes first on that fight, you would have to do a slower backup where you would have to use Glacius first to take out the ads, and then you would cast Alfrix on Ophi in the second turn in order to have enough damage to take out Gustav in 2 turns. Otherwise, yeah, with the good turn order that Alta got, Ophi had the sufficient damage to take out Gustav in 2 hits without having Alfrix. We also went over to Whisper Mill after Ulbrich Chapter to optimize the warps again. There we get the Nourishing Nut L, a second one, and also steal some more Soul Stones that will be useful for Harlot's Chapter later. So nothing much is really going to happen at this point for now. I say this because I just want to talk about more about the route history with regards to Whisper Mill. But yeah, basically just to give an explanation of what's happening first before I do that, is that we're just making our way through Ulbrich Chapter 3. There's going to be a few forced encounters where Ophi's just going to make quick work of them. We put Knowledge Staff back onto her because we don't need her to be slow anymore. We want her to be fast. So she's just going to keep the Knowledge Staff pretty much until the end of near the end of the run. Yeah, but more about Whisper Mill. This was a section which we used to do much earlier in the run, like before Dresang. So originally we would, especially when we were picking Cyrus up earlier, doing Cyrus's Chapter 1 would give us access to a few side quests. One in Riverford, which gives you a revitalizing jam, another one in Whisper Mill, which just gives you a bunch of money. And then we would go to Whisper Mill, and then we would get the nut there, get the stones, and then also do the quest to get more money. If you were on the Cyrus route, you would use Cyrus's Scrutinize to scrutinize a commemorative coin, which sells for even more money, 25,000, which is a huge amount.
Yeah, The commemorative coin,
cool.
I believe, is like the I believe it's the item that sells for like the most in terms of the gold items. Like we've seen like the Curious Antiques and like the Fool's Gold Ore and stuff. The commemorative coin is like a very rare thing to obtain. There's not that many of them, and then the fact that Cyrus can scrutinize it is really convenient. And also the location that the scrutinize spawns at is close to the windmill quest that Quadra just talked about. That one you just have to bring an NPC who's like an easy guide and I believe, and then take him to the NPC and complete the quest. And it was a lot of money. And then the other quest that was complete at that time gave a revitalizing gem, I believe, in Riverford, so that was also convenient. So a lot of resources there, but a lot of those were kind of routed out, and then like the stones as well that you all saw there just now. Those in the past were either bought or just skipped, but now they can just be stolen at a high rate, which is pretty nice, and makes it a lot more efficient. It makes it easy to clear Hanet's chapters, especially.
Yeah, stealing the stones this late into the run makes it so that you can be very... You don't have to worry about managing your stones as much, because you pretty much always have enough stones to finish Hanet's chapters by stealing the stones later. So the reason why we're able to skip the Whisperville section now is that because again, it's partly in part because we are able to skip the empowering bracelets, which gives you, which means you save more money, so you don't have to go to Whisperville to get all that money. And then the one of the trade-offs is that you don't have access to that quest that gives you the revitalizing gem. Well, not going to Atlas Dam to guide the NPC. Well, not doing Cyrus early, so you don't have access to that quest for the revitalizing gem. But there's a very quick workaround, because there's also a revitalizing gem inside the Archmage Shrine, so you can just spend about 6 seconds to pick up that gem instead of doing the quest. So all in all, it's a pretty big time save to skip the entire Whisperville section, skip the entire Atlas Dam section, and also be able to optimize your route, optimize the chapter orders by picking out Cyrus later instead. Another workaround you had to do, because you got Cyrus early, was that you had to do an extra tavern swap in Saint's Bridge, because you would have both. You would need to make space for. Basically, you have Ophi, Tressa, Alphen, and Cyrus in your party. You have to take out Theria for the time being. So once you got to Saint's Bridge, you would need to get Theria back in the party by going to the tavern. So not doing Cyrus early, you can skip that tavern and just it just makes the routing a lot more a lot smoother, which ends up saving time throughout the run.
Also, we saw Olbrich Chapter 3 cleared out. One thing that is notable is you saw for Erhardt, we specifically wanted a Shadow Soulstone Large that does enough damage that the follow-up Veterans X4 will defeat him. I believe way in the past, the script for Erhardt actually used 2 sets of vets, so an extra 60,000. So substituting that extra Soulstone in addition to just defending for the extra VP saves 30,000, and that was like a well worth trade-off. This battle as well, the NPC has a lot of HP, so we're just gonna throw a lot of veterans at him, and I believe it'll be probably the last vets we'll see in the game unless something goes wrong. But yeah, 4 sets of vets to break him and do a lot of damage, and then more vets to follow up to finish him off. As honorable man he is.
You really see how unbending Olbrich's wallet is. So. This is the last veterans I believe we'll use in the entire run. Yes, pretty much. So yeah, and right after that, we can do that menu I was alluding to earlier, where we finally get access to Boot Start and BB Eater. So we'll see when Alta decides to do that menu, but basically this is where we get the not last, but the next kind of upgrade for Ophi, because at this point we don't need that much damage, because the Chapter 4 bosses are considerably weaker compared to the secret job bosses. So So we can prioritize our efficiency over damage. We don't need, for example, the augmented elements, because BPE is just going to do more damage instead. We don't need... we basically just need elephants and Alfrix. We don't need elemental break. We don't need a peacock anymore. Just those two divine skills will give us enough damage for all of the bosses upcoming. So
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, a lot of the bosses up to this point, we've been doing like 3 turns to defeat them. For like the extra long ones, like it was 3 turns, but now it's gonna be mainly 2 turns, because the boost start, as mentioned, will let the divines go on to Ophia as soon as possible. A common thing will be to break on turn 1 if possible, and if it's bad, you can always extend it to break on turn 2, and then you get 2 turns of break. Like for example, if a character was terrored or something, and or like just bad tournament or something, you can always extend a fight a little bit, and that's also why here we learned HP Thief as well, because there's a chance that Ulbrich here can be terrored. Otherwise, the next fight is pretty safe. You just break with Tonitrus, and then daggers, and use the divines, and can burst Werner, and it'll be similar with like Red Eye and such later, and other bosses. It'll just be 2 turns to get the divine on, and specifically for like the chapter 2 bosses, will want elephants, because you get less animations, whereas Alfrix, you can break more shields, but you get more you get an extra set of animations, so you get the same 2x damage. But for chapter 4 bosses, we'll want both Alfrix and elephants.
I believe this should be the end of Stera for QT here. There we go.
Very nice, QT.
Great job. Stera is very, very tricky. Very, very... it's a difficult boss to learn, for sure.
No, you don't.
So, yeah, team boost, clearing that very big hurdle,
I summon Alex.
and going to make their way to
Witness the flame.
open chapter 3 and 4 and win a Hilda Battle Card.
So here on the left side, we can see just how much damage Ophelia is doing with the divines stacked up. As long as like there's no ads you have to defeat or anything, and I believe most of the bosses we don't have to actually defeat the ads. Like Haunted 2 and Prim 4, there are ads in them, but then you don't actually have to defeat those ads. So you can just use elephants and then save some animation time while doing the multiply damage, which will really speed things along. Yeah, for the single stories runs, we usually see 4 sets of vets, and the fights are often extended to 6, 8, or 9 turns or something. But the fact that we can burst these so much faster will speed the run along tremendously. Like in the early game, we took a long time to do a few of those, like chapter 2, 3, 4 slowly, and the other characters as well. Now we're gonna like pick up Prim and like clear her chapter in like 20 minutes, and other characters and such. We'll just breeze through the rest of the game, because this is kind of like the victory lap up until we reach the Gate of Finis. And then some side quests along the way. This side quest is very important, because one of the big benefits of clearing Ulbrich is it's a parallel quest to Ophelia's Badge of Friendship quest. This is the Captain's Badge, and it multiplies experience. And we already have Winnehild's passive, which multiplies experience by 50%, but now we'll get even more with this. Oh wait, I don't know if did he buy the Sharp Nut? I didn't see that. Yeah, BT Blade is also an important pickup as well. So yeah.
Not sure if Alta picked up the Sharp Nut, but it's not the biggest of deals. It's not a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just mentioning because I know that Enk and Alta I think have some agreement to avoid Sharp Nut or something, or avoid a backup Sharp Nut.
Oh,
that
okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see that, but
yeah.
You did talk about the BT Blade, right? Sorry, I was paying attention to the other side of the screen.
Yeah, I just mentioned it. So that 30% power bonus to physical attacks. It'll be useful for covering some ranges with Therian, and then at the very end of the game, it'll multiply his damage and is mandatory for the final battle as well. But did you want to mention more stuff about it? Or?
Oh no, just making sure. Yeah, but yeah, that's why we do Ulbrich chapters first. And also, finishing all breaks chapters gives you access to another NPC with the double tomahawk, another essential item for the final boss fight. Because that NPC will spawn in Stoneguard. Actually, it's Archibald. I don't know why I'm just saying that NPC, but Archibald will spawn in Stoneguard, and then you can get his double tomahawk. And that works out very well because in Hanet's Chapter 2, it takes place in Stoneguard. And this is where we need all the soulstones for. Specifically, you want like 2 fire soulstone L, and for this Nathan's bodyguard. And then for the tree later, you need light soulstone L or fire soulstone L, but usually use light. You also have access to the Lizard King's Axe. This is from Albrecht's Chapter 3. Another reason why we want to do Albrecht first is that the Lizard King's Axe, which you equip on Hanet, it will increase all lightning-based damage by 30%. And this affects soulstones as well. So you can essentially use Thunder Soulstones as a substitute for any soulstone that hits weakness. But we're also gonna we're just gonna use it on the Allayed Provoke later to do even more damage when he's broken. So instead of 5,400 damage when broken, you do about 7,000 instead.
Yeah, the Lizard King Axe boosting elemental damage is a very cool thing used in some routes. I believe Males uses it, and then there's also like a Hanet sorcerer route for all main stories that also uses it. And because it's the fastest early game elemental boosting weapon you can obtain, and then it helps it helps with sorcerer damage if you use to Nitrous, and also with soulstone damage as well, of course. And
yeah, really cool use of the Lizard King Axe in other categories. Unfortunately, not that much use in this category apart from the soulstones, but we will use another. We will use more weapons that increase elemental damage later. So yeah, just stay tuned for that. But yeah, we're heading into the Lord of the Forest fight. Interesting thing about this fight is actually that you don't have to kill the ants. As long as you kill the main boss, like the ads also go down. I guess thematically, I guess it makes sense because like the Lord of the Forest is supposed to be the one that controls like everything, all the life in the forest or something. But yeah, so we just need elephants in that case, and should be good here. Therion with his staff hits, with his BT sword to fill up the range there.
yeah, it is interesting. Some bosses, if they spawn a minion or something, you don't have to defeat the minion to clear the battle. But other bosses, it is required. Like Orlick is kind of a well-known case where like if some runners miss the range or something else, he can summon an annoying golem, and then you do have to defeat the golem to clear the battle. Whereas like this battle, you just have to defeat the main enemy. In every single case where you just have to defeat the main enemy, we're gonna just opt to skip defeating the side enemies just because it saves a little bit of time, and why bother with the side things if you don't have to. Yeah. So here on the right hand side we can see QT against the Ogre Eagle. Hopefully it goes a little smoother and it cooperates. Okay, looks good.
Yep, so we're here in Still Snow for Hanet's Chapter 3. Pretty notorious chapter, especially in her single story. This guy Alaic, he's a menace. He can confuse Hanet. And just because he does a lot of damage, Hanet can go down, which is really bad. But fortunately for us in this category, we are kind of overpowered. We have a lot of gear, no confusion as well. Yeah, so it's gonna be a pretty smooth fight here for Alta. We also have access to the Forest Fox. In the single story, you have to use all soulstones to break a Laic. But here we have access to the Forest Fox, which can also blind a Laic, so that's nice. If you do get the blind, then he has a high chance of missing his attacks, especially his Panic Slash. So that would just prevent you from being confused altogether.
Yeah, a lot of Hanet single story runners know the pain of Alaic confusing you, and then Hanet attacking Alaic, and then Alaic defeating you, and yeah, it's a little frustrating. Especially if you don't like safety save or anything like that, then sets you back pretty far as well. And then Hanet's chapters in general are kind of well known because like these her screens are not great. This screen specifically is pretty bad if you get an encounter on it. It's oftentimes difficult to, well, some you can just break, but others are a little worse. And her chapter 4 dungeon is also not great either. But in the full game run, of course, it's pretty smooth. Evil Ward lets us just flee if necessary, but and also it's easy to defeat these bosses because like Dragon, for example, he's just scripted on the first turn to waste his first turn, and then it's easy to break, and then yeah. I didn't see if Alta put on double tomahawk, but if not, it's still fine to break with axe or light.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, pretty smooth Order Eagle fight for QT there. Use the stone, but not really a big deal again. Like with the late Whisper Mill routing change, we actually don't have to really pay that much attention to our stone usage because we somewhere somehow we will have enough stones for the other chapters. Oh, I really love the fact that Alta's doing this alternate fight here. So basically the normally what you have to do is you have to use a Hanet to take off free shields. And then the fourth shield you have to use Therion's Holy Light to break the dragon because it's only weak to axes and light at the start of the battle. So the problem is that well, it's not a problem, but the Holy Light animation, it's slow, right? This is kind of a theme when it comes to optimizing our fights. Animations are slow, so what we can do is that if Ophelia is naturally going before the dragon on the second turn, she can use Lux Conjure Rear to break the dragon instead while dealing damage. So that saves you having to use the Holy Light. So it's a nice little bit of optimization there. Alta is very very sharp in seeing that option.
Yeah, on the right hand side we see QT making her way to War Master as well. I guess one thing to mention, in the past it was the order of these advanced jobs was actually slightly different. We would do Balgar first. As I mentioned, there was a strategy to use transfer runes, but then later when it was when the strategy was to burst Winterhild, and you don't need Balgar at all. Doing it in this order means that you can defeat Winterhild, unlock her first passive, which gives 50% extra experience, and then go fight Balagar, and then that gives 50% extra experience from Balagar. And Balagar, because he's an advanced job boss, it is a lot of experience, so that's just kind of nice.
Yeah, that extra experience from Balagar does end up to be very significant later because there is a certain level, there are level thresholds which we need to hit. Specifically, we want level 45 on Therion by the end of the run, by his last chapter. If you watched like the single story runs or the other runs, you would remember his infamous 3% steal in the chapter 4. This goes up to 55% if you're at level 45. If you're just one level below, at level 44, it would be 15% instead. So you really want to have that level 45 to maximize your chances of getting that steal, because even at 55% you can get unlucky and fail like 5 steals, so definitely want to hit level 45 there. So Alta is making sure that he kills encounters here. That's just for extra experience and JP. Sometimes you can get a Revenant on this screen, which does end up being pretty slow to kill. So even if you don't manage to kill enough encounters in the Haunted chapters, you can always kill more later. For example, in Primrose chapter 3, there's a mandatory encounter that there's an encounter that you can't skip because the screen is too long. And you can also have the option of forcing another encounter in chapter 4 of Primrose. if you, for example, skip every single encounter in this chapter. So QT's coming up on Winter Hilt here. Let's see how it goes. Ideally, we just see some attack into Tressa or Therion. Tressa there, no, we do get a poison, but it's actually fine. She just needs to heal her own poison.
No, you don't.
Or great, that works as well. Perfect. Okay, and then now the fight's pretty much a wrap because Alfie's just going to be able to let go to Winter Hilt. And then we do see all 3 characters before Ophi on the second turn, so that gives flexibility when it comes to breaking Winter Hilt here. Pico's turn and Ophi, and we see Darren's naturally go before Ophi on the last turn, so he's going to be able to break Winter Hilt with Staff instead.
I am not made for such battles.
Yep, correctly identified by QT here, so don't have to risk Elemental Break missing on Winter Hilt here. So very smooth Winter Hilt fight here. We just need to buff up Ophi again, Elephants and Elfrix, and then we can see just Winter Hilt being deleted, 200,000 damage. Also picking up Primrose here. This is the last character that we're picking up for the run. We left Primrose for the end because we essentially don't need Primrose. Like, finishing Primrose's story doesn't really unlock anything that's important. We want to time Primrose after Hadit because we guide Maruf. We started Ali's quest in Orbic chapter 4, and then we guided Maruf when we were in Marsalin for Hadit chapter 4, and then now we're back in Sunshade. We turn in the quest to get the Trade Wind Spear. This is a spear that increases wind damage by 30%. Later on, we'll be getting a bow, Primeval Bow of Storms. This also increases wind damage by 30%, so they both stack to increase our wind damage by 60%. So spoiler alert, spoiler alert, we're going to be using wind damage later.
Yeah, there's a couple different elemental weapons in the game that we could get access to, but a lot of them are really slow. Like, they'll have a side quest that will have you detour to a side dungeon or have to defeat a powerful challenge NPC or something. Of the double stackable weapons, fire, ice, wind, I believe, are the ones that can be double stacked. The fire requires a extra battle with a powerful challenge, and then the ice has a side dungeon that's like near Rippleside, that's like really far out of the way. And also, then you can't equip the battle tested staff. So overall, the best boostable weapons are the wind-based ones. We will also pick up the battle-tested axe, but that's gonna be the only ice element thing that we pick up. We don't like double stack that, and it'll be on specifically the Rune Lord to power up its attacks because it boosts 2 elements. But then otherwise, you mainly just want the wind ones as the best boosting weapons. And also helps very specifically that of the characters who can double boost, 4 of the characters are elementally inclined, which is Tressa, Ophelia, Prim, and Cyrus. But the 3 of those 4 cannot double boost. So Tressa is the most elementally inclined who can double boost. So that helps a little bit too.
Shout out to Alta going for the BT axe steal. Primrose does go down here, but that's not a really big deal. Does opt to revive Primrose in this menu, so it's also fine. Yeah, so Alta actually had enough damage, money, to not have to sell any items before purchasing the Viper Dagger here. It costs 61,000 leaves, but you kind of want around 64,000 with this route. So that you'll be able to afford the second Adamantine hat later in Northreach. So normally what you would do is you would sell items after purchasing the BT axe if you don't have enough. But because you got so many discounts, Alta didn't need to sell anything.
Yeah, there's a couple different drops that we've gotten along the way from various bosses, like Miguel's spear, and then Erhard's sword, and Werner. Oh, not Werner's sword, but a couple of things that you can sell for money. But if you get discounts or such, then you could skip that, perhaps.
Yeah, so we're just cleaning up with Primrose's chapters. They don't really offer anything interesting here. So it's mainly just gonna be cleanup. We got a Viper's Dagger, and that quest actually gives us access to the Primeval Bow of Storms that completes the set of wind elemental weapons we have here. And we're actually going to be using the Primeval Bow of Storms because the sorcerer class can equip bows, so that gives us extra damage to our Ventus Salter, which is going to matter because Albus, Primrose's Chapter 3 boss, is weak to wind, so you can just use elephants and not even have to break Albus. No elemental break, no elemental break, and then you can take him out with just Ventus Salter. And then also for Simeon, Primrose's Chapter 4 boss, you don't need Alfrix as well. You just need a break with the Ventus Salter.
I guess we haven't really talked about the multipliers on some of these, but a lot of the buffs and things are just 50%. Like it gives elemental break, you'll deal 50% extra damage. But then if you have Peacock on, it's multiplicative, so it's 2.25. And then with every single extra buff that you stack on, it increases more and more. This will be most notable in the first phase of the final boss. Well, we're gonna stack basically every single possible elemental attack buff onto a single character to try to just maximize the damage as much as possible. And the name of the game is really just amplifying all the damage. And also it seems like QD's doing the swap off, so we'll have our final runner joining shortly as well. But yeah, for now it'll just be cleanup. You know, we're very overpowered and can quickly get through these chapters. So nothing is like majorly threatening or anything. It's just we'll you know, turn order or enemies can maybe save or lose time. And also, I guess something else is these dungeons don't really have any particularly mandatory loot at this point of the game. There's no like particularly useful items to pick up or anything, or that's required. There is going to be one item that is important in Chapter 4's boss that we want to steal. It's a very rare case where a boss will have equipment that we actually want, but it's the only case in the game. There's like, you know, some minor things where like some enemies will have some loot that could be useful, but most of the time we don't even bother. But the belt that is possible from the Chapter 4 bosses is significant. And also there's like 2 different belts you can get, one for physical attack, one for elemental attack. For this route, we only want the magic attack one. But in the past, there was past routes that did actually want the physical attack belt, because it is a little bit better than the mighty belt.
Yeah, in comparison, the mental belt is worse than the elemental augmenter because it only gives 65 elemental attack, whereas the augmenter gives 100. But because we have 2 magic users, we have access to 2 elemental augmenters. But what about the other person? The other character also wants an accessory, so that's where the mental belt comes in.
And we can see that wind damage coming in handy, and just clearing the boss outright. So very nice. Oh, I guess a small thing about some of these bosses is like some of the bosses have like specific statuses that they focus on and such. And most of a good chunk of them won't matter. Like this boss that we just cleared, he does blind-based attacks, but blindness doesn't matter if you're using magic. And some other bosses though, they can be more annoying. But most of the time we won't even see the statuses from bosses. Like we didn't see Red Eye use his unconscious ability. And then some bosses like Werner, if he like terrored you, it could make a minor difference. But most of the time, it's not that big a deal. Simeon as well, he can also silence, but shouldn't be an issue either for our runners here.
Yeah, at most you just delay the fight by one turn. You just delay you just delay the fight by one turn. So just comes up to maybe like 10 seconds of time loss or something. It's nothing major. But again, if like you're going for a very optimized time, like these little things can actually add up over the course of a run. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really affect much.
One thing with Prim Chapter 4 is there's a lot of cutscenes, so that helps. If you can reach the cutscene without an encounter, that then you can reset the encounter rate, so that's helpful. So ideally, you kind of avoid it or get easy fleas.
The one thing about the first phase of the Simeon fight, it's a two-phase fight. The first phase of the fight, that's the one we're going to be doing the steals from. It's another one of those fights where you don't have to target any of the ads, so you can just focus your attacks on like the main boss, which is Simeon himself, and that will take out the ads alongside with him. The hard part about that fight is just to make sure that you select the correct target, which I definitely have always done. I've definitely not killed one of the puppets instead of Simeon.
Yeah, cursor mechanics, the #1 killer of runs for Octopath runners. Unfortunately, many runners have blown up a female puppet or male puppet here or there. Unfortunately. Also, something else is you ideally would like to level up off this, but if you don't, ideally you could heal off of this battle. But it could be a little annoying if like they sleep and do a lot of damage. But this looks not bad.
I am ready. Stay strong.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
It's pretty good here. All our characters are pretty tanky. Yeah, with this version of the route, made some equipment changes to basically make sure that Prim is a lot tankier. So in previous versions, like she would get like stuff like the higher, the elements of heavy armor, which is weaker. But in this version, she gets the high houses armor, so that gives her a lot more physical defense. There was also one mention about the exotic garb, which is a drop you can get from the Albrecht Chapter 2, which would optimize onto Primrose in priority over the elements of heavy armor, but with the high houses armor, that won't be the case. So you don't have to worry about that getting onto Primrose instead of the what you actually want her to have. The exotic garb is especially annoying because it's a random drop. And if you forget to take it off, it heals your SP at the end of every turn, so it's just very slow because you have a lot of animation time.
I summon Allison, the Scholar King. Here I go.
So we do see Elta getting the fast fight here. Basically, if either Therion or Primrose gets silenced, and it's super chilling. But if either Ophelia or Tressa get silenced, then you have to heal that off because they need to use their skills.
And we finally reached Therion Chapter 4. Quadra mentioned this earlier, but we delayed it all the way up until this point so that we can do the steal with a higher rate. Like we delay it until here, but we're still going to also do Lucia as well before this chapter, just for a little bit more XP as well. I believe we want to reach level 45 if I recall correctly. Quadra can correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, absolutely, level 45.
Yeah, you want like as high odds as possible. In all main stories, for example, I believe that it only reaches an 8% rate. But it can lose a lot of time. If even like a 15%, you can lose a lot of time, and even a 55%, like it's not ideal to have to do that. Up until this point in the run, usually I think runners will try to avoid all those things. Just time loss. But yeah, in addition to that, that's why Therian's Chapter 4 has been held off to this point. Cyrus's Chapter 4 that we're coming up on as well has also been held off up until this point for a similar reason, where we want as much levels and power as possible. His final chapter boss has a lot of shield, the most in the entire game, more than even the final boss, and the goal is to burst that boss all the way down without even breaking her. I think every single other chapter 4 boss, yeah, we've always broken and such. It's just this one's just so slow if you want to break all of the shields. It takes a ton of time. There were some Galdera routes in the past that did actually do this, especially when you have double tomahawk. It goes a lot faster, but still faster if you can defeat her outright. And we do have like the wind weapon to help facilitate that and get a little more damage in.
It's just a little bit unfortunate because completing Cyrus's Chapter 4 gives you access to the second elemental augmenter for this route, which is very useful for your elemental damage, but we just don't have access to that because it's just so much slower to take out Lucia the way the devs intended. So unfortunately we have to delay the elemental augmenter until at this point. But yeah, because basically at this point we have the Primeval Boar of Storms for that extra wind damage. We have all the divine skills, we have BP Eater, and now we have access to Elemental Edge, which is going to be the last thing that we need for this fight. Because Elemental Edge gives you a permanent Peacock buff, so you don't have to use Peacock Strut anymore, which is great because we don't have the space to have a dancer in the party. Cyrus needs to be a hunter here, because Cyrus needs to be a hunter because we want him to be able to leg hold Lucia in case Lucia goes before Ophi on the second turn, so he can't be a dancer. So that's why we need Elemental Edge to have that extra damage instead. We have so much power that we don't even need a 3 times boost. We replace boost start with Elemental Edge because that last BP gives you roughly 1.3x, so 1/3 more damage, 33%. Whereas Elemental Edge gives you 50% because you're having the Peacock buff.
Yeah, Elemental Edge is the final support skill in the Rune Lord sub-job, so very powerful. It gives the permanent Peacock that Quadra mentioned, but also gives a Sheltering Bell permanent buff as well that increases elemental defense. Believe it should only come in play possibly for Galdera Phase 1, but otherwise not that useful. It's mainly just the offensive buff that it provides, and yeah, it helps come in handy. And also since Ophelia will be our Rune Lord for the final part of the run, we're gonna have to learn all those skills anyway, so that also helps menu-wise. Like if you're gonna learn them eventually anyway, learning it here and using it here makes sense.
Also doing a little adaptation there, skipping a leg hold because he sees that Ophelia is already going before Lucia on the second turn. So you can see here all the damage that we have on Ophelia. And we're going to be able to take out Lucia without even taking off a single shield. And this gives us enough levels, XP to hit level 45 with Therion. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think maybe BT staff procced its effect. I couldn't see, but I think possibly had the icon for it possibly.
Yeah, that can happen as well because BT staff has the side effect of occasionally being able to lower your enemy speed, and that also kind of pushes them back one action. So sometimes if you get really lucky, that can happen, which puts Lucia exactly before after Ophelia.
Yeah, some of these weapons that we have do have like side effects that can proc, usually 5% or 10% rate. Most of the time it won't make any sort of difference, but sometimes it can help. Sometimes it can also lose time, possibly as well, like Death Claver if you get a poison proc when you don't care for it or something. But yeah. And then coming back here to finish off the chapter, notably, if we did not buy the Viper Dagger here, there is a NPC here with the Viper Dagger that you could buy, and it's just an alternative if you couldn't afford it sooner in the run. But it is a little bit more of a detour out of the way, so buying it sooner is of course better. In this dungeon also there's a good chunk of money, like we passed the 20,000 chest. There's a 50,000 chest to the left, but that one's a lot slower. But 20,000, if you do need like some coverage of money, is not too bad to grab. but obviously we don't need it at this point.
But of course. But of course.
And the elemental augmenter. One other nice thing about it is it's a 100% steal rate. I think it's pretty cheap too, even if you were to buy it. But the fact that it's a basically a free steal is also pretty nice. But it is unfortunate that we couldn't get access to it sooner, because the the damage buff would have been nice. And then finally, Theron 4. One other thing about finishing it, just like the other chapters, we spawn in Boulderfall, and that's also useful for the final quest we have to complete as well for the run.
Also getting it on the second try, so it's great. I'm not sure if any runner, how many runners, what was like the record for the most number of 55% steals missed. Personally, I've had 8 failed steals, so I got it on the 9th try, or might have been gotten it on the 10th try. But yeah, that's the most I've ever failed that steal.
Yeah, it's very frustrating when you have a 55%, which in theory is a coin flip, but then you can fail it multiple times in a row. Another reason why we try not to have scrutinize is like the Saints Bridge one. That's a 30%. That's even worse. You could just lose so much time, like on average. Kind of sucks. So just avoiding those as much as possible.
Yep. Another nice reason for doing Theron's chapter last is that finishing chapter 4 puts you back in Waterfall like all his other chapters, and it just so happens that the last part of the Galdera quest to unlock the Galdera boss takes place just outside Waterfall in one of the Sparky maps. So having being put back in Waterfall gives us very ready access to that screen.
I will not be defeated. Break the bound. I summon elephant, the scholar.
And here, Alta finishing up the Darius, so that'll be good. There was gonna be one last boss we defeat before we go into Gate of Finis, but that boss is not a big deal. I believe it can status you, maybe sleep or something, to lose a turn, but it's not that big a deal. Yeah. And otherwise,
Yeah.
it's gonna be pretty clean just to go straight to the gate after this.
Yeah, that's the Azure-Eyed Tiger. Basically just a reskin of Venom 2 Tiger, but yeah, like what Enemy mentioned, it can put you to sleep, which can be a bit annoying sometimes. If let's say you were just about to take the boss out and then it just puts Ophi to sleep, or you were just about to give BP to Ophi and then it puts that character to sleep. But yeah, not a dangerous fight by any means.
And on Engstein, we see him moving along cleanly. This is something we've seen in the Olbrich speedrun from, I believe, Yozarin and someone else, I forget. But you do want to warp back to skip the battle and such, and then go straight to the boss. I assume Enk has already menued his characters and such to the jobs and things, like Thief and such. So we'll be able to break, burst, standard and such. And Alta finishing off the Tiger, so that's good. I believe this one also has a lot of evasion, just like the Chapter 3 one from Tressa, so you do want to use magic as well. And also important to just talk to the NPC to unlock the place, you can't just warp there.
So we're finally at the Gate of Finis, so just a quick rundown on what's going to happen. We have a gauntlet of 8 bosses. These are kind of like shadow versions of bosses from each of the character chapters, and we have to beat all of those before we get to challenge the final boss. And if we lose at any point in the gauntlet or the final boss, we have to redo every single fight again. So we're really hoping that none of that happens to any of the runners here.
Yeah, so fun fact about this, the hidden internal data for this game lists this dungeon at level 65 danger level. So that's like the developer expected level for players to be at. We're at about level 45-ish for our highest level characters, and then the other characters are like in the 20s, I think, or something. But more than enough as long as we optimize well, which we have. We basically have like all of like the best, like, you know, we have the best staff in the game, we have the best sword in the game, we have like the best elemental boosting stuff and things. And yeah. Also, Cyrus is kept for a little bit longer just because we do want to unlock Alphins as well. Afterwards, we're gonna switch back to Alphin because he's just a little, you know, he's better and he can help break and things.
Do this. Elemental break.
These fights are pretty simple. Mostly what you need to do is give Ophi a Pomegranate S. We didn't even mention that she's on Rune Lord now, but yeah, this is Rune Lord. The reason why we didn't use Rune Lord before is because, well, Sorcerer is just still stronger because of all the buffs you could put on her. You can't really put buffs on the Rune Lord because its Divine Skill Balagur's Blade is not multi-target, and you also can't cast it more than one. It also isn't affected by Elfrix, but it is very strong as a single target attack. And now that we have all the JP that we need, we can get Balagur's Blade, and this will one-shot basically most of the bosses here. Even if those that don't get one-shot, you just fill out a little bit of damage from like Tressa and Therion, and you have enough damage there. Tressa is going to be switched over to the Sorcerer's class to give us access to Elemental Break. We just need Elemental Break plus Balagur's Blade to finish these fights. Like this fight here, Simeon, he doesn't die to the Balagur's Blade, so we just need some trait wins for Tressa. Yeah, but basically the end game setup, the final boss setup is going to be Ophi's going to be on the Rune Lord. And Tressa is going to be a main sorcerer because she has access to both the Trade Wind Spear and the Primeval Bow of Storms for the big boost in wind damage. We give both augmenters to Tressa because we really wanted to stack as much damage on her as possible. BT Staff still stays on Ophi. The Trade Wind Spear actually has like 380 elemental attack, which is not that far behind the BT Staff, so it's much better to give the BT Staff to Ophi instead. You also want Ophi to be slow because there are some turn order things that can happen on the first phase, and you want her to be as slow as you can. This is one of the fights that can be a bit dicey in the dungeon, not in like a dangerous way, but it just has more variance. Darius has very strong attacks, and he can take out one of your characters if it crits. Fortunately, with this new route, a little bit of optimization here, we have a bit more consistency of this fight. Previously, both Tressa and Therion could go down if they get hit twice, but in this route, as long as you don't get hit, as long as none of them get crit, Ophi or Tressa don't get crit. I believe Therion can't get crit, but if Ophi or Tressa don't get crit, then they should always survive.
Yeah, and that's probably why we saw Alta use Shackleflow on Darius, just to ensure the safety of the team, because it will reduce the attack that you're going to survive no matter what. And yeah.
Bring it on. How do you like this?
That was a minor misclick, but it's fine.
I hope Alta still has a Thunderstone.
Yeah. When you're tabbing over to a weapon and such, sometimes you can just forget that you might have one weapon in a certain slot, and it definitely happens to all runners at some point. Matthias still about as weak as before, so one of the easiest, right? Still the easiest.
We're also showing off the double tomahawk here. We put it on Alfred because he has access to Axis. The double tomahawk does 2 hits for every 1 attack you give. So at full boost, it does 8 shields worth of axe damage. So it's very, very nice for a lot of the bosses here in the dungeon. They're weak to Axis. So with just Alfred, you can break a lot of these bosses, giving you very easy kills with the Battle Curse Blade. So we're gonna put Therion on the warrior class here. This is very important. You want him to have access to the insight skill. This is a skill that draws all physical attacks to Therion. So we have alluded to this earlier in the run by way of jokes and stuff, but basically what we're gonna do is we set up Therion to take a nap on the last fight of this dungeon, which is against Werner, who always uses physical attacks. So we're going to draw the physical attacks to Therion using Insight. And we're going to revive Therion at 1 HP using Ophelia's Cleric Revive skill, which would set up the War Master passive support skill called Fortitude, which increases your damage inversely proportional to your HP. Which means that at 1 HP, Therion's basically he's gonna have a 3 times boost to his damage, alongside the physical prowess skill, which gives him a permanent Lion Dance buff, 50% increase to his damage. So yeah, we want to set him up at 1 HP to maximize his physical damage output.
Yeah, the Fortitude support skill has always been kind of the core of the War Master strategy for this speedrun. Even from the very first run, like from very early on, it started being used because that multiplier is so huge, and as long as you have cover, then you can protect Therion. And there's only really one AoE that we're worried about for phase 2, which is a magic attack. But that the enemy that uses that magic attack, Maul, Quadra I think mentioned it earlier. If you drop him below half health, then he uses an attack that seals your magic. It's actually, I believe, a copy of Matthias's ultimate attack that seals magic as well. The design of some of these bosses is of this final boss is some of the attacks will copy all the attacks we've seen along. Like for example, another one is Toxic Rainbow that one of the appendages could use. That's similar to Ogre Eagle's special ability. But when Maul uses that, it's kind of a waste of the turn when we're only going to be using physical attacks against him. So and then afterwards, as long as you leg hold him, he won't get another turn because you can always just A-burst to defeat him. But and in the past it was Windhill's battle cry, but here we want to set up Therion so that he will be knocked out and then can A-burst for a ton of damage, and also Nightmare Chimera for a ton of damage in phase 2. I believe this is the first usage of Concoct to set up Rehabilitate on all the characters. It's possible that to do this sooner in the run against some of the other bosses like Ogre Eagle or Steor, depending on turn order. But I don't think we've seen it up until this point. This just protects against terror and makes it a little safer. And we're through.
Yeah, so we're at the end of the gauntlet for Alta. So now he's going to do the final menu and then into the fight. So this is going to be a 2-phase fight. The first phase is against the Eye. It has 500,000 HP, the highest amount of any boss in the entire game. And the tricky part for the Eye is that you have to... It does a lot of damage, and it has both an AoE attack and a very high single target, high damaging single target attack. So what you want to do is to make sure that you heal your party up in between its attacks. And this is turn order dependent. You want to make sure that Tressa goes before the ad on the second turn. You want to make sure that Alfred goes before Cyrus on the second turn. So that kind of leaves you with Ophi, who's a little bit more flexible. Cyrus has to peek out on the first turn. And he heals the party on the second turn with Doter's Charity into Revitalizing Jab, which is it heals your HP, SP, and BP to full. So we combine that with Alfred's Doter's Charity to give that to the entire party. Yeah, so but if Tressa and Alfred are naturally be going before who they need to go before, then you can also use them to heal. Otherwise, you just kind of have to look at the turn order and try to figure out how you can best protect your party. Niche case is that if Ophi gets struck by Searing Orb, she doesn't need to be healed because she can survive 2 Searing Orbs.
Yeah.
So we
Wait.
Go
Sorry.
go
Sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was
Oh,
gonna
no,
say, way back early on, we mentioned how Apothecary wasn't a job we picked up. We do actually use it, but specifically, it's just Alphen gets access to Apothecary innately, so we can get Doters with this. And then in the past, we used one of its support skills, Hail and Hardy, but that was routed out, and that's why we can skip it. Because we still have Alphen here for Doters, and that's all you need. And sorry, go ahead, Quadra.
And I was just gonna explain the fight. But yeah, basically you want Ophi to go after the eye on the third turn here. So which she is going. If she's going before the eye, then you have to do a backup. Because if you kill the ad and then the eye takes its action, it will summon more ads. So you want to make sure that you kill the ad after the eye. So Ophi's going after the eye. That's great. Yep, all the characters are healed up, so none of them are going to go down here. So Ophi's going to take out the ad. Alphen's going to defend, and you see exactly 8 shields on the eye. It's weak to axe, so that's where double tomahawk is crucial for this fight here.
Yeah, if this eye got if the eye got a turn, he would actually summon 2 more ads, and that's kind of annoying because I mean we can actually defeat them if we just use Alfrex and spell, but obviously ideally you just don't let him summon, which is why we break him on that turn, and then can burst him on the next turn with as I mentioned earlier, you just use basically every single elemental attack multiplier at max boost, and then Trestle does a ton of damage, and Ophi fills out the rest of it. Sometimes with Soulstone for if you want to be safe from a range.
Yeah, there's we even gave Tressa the Dry Sense spell. A Dry Sense spell is a divine skill of the Sorcerer's class. A little bit underwhelming, but it does serve its purpose here, giving us just a little bit more damage that we want. Basically, it lets all magic attacks crit, which is a 1.25 times boost in damage. So yeah, that having said all of that, we just I just got deleted. So really nice, good fight there for Alta, and now we're going to proceed on to the second phase of this fight. What we really want to see is that Therion goes before the ball. That's the most important thing that you want to see. For this fight that they're doing with this equipment setup, it doesn't matter if anyone goes before Therion. All they want is for Therion to go before the ball, which he does. That's very good. And then afterwards, he has to pay attention to the second turn. If Light Black is going before the blade, they have to let go Light Black because Light Black will buff the blade, and then the blade will do an AoE attack that wipes your entire party. So you have to let go Light Black, and then ideally you also want to make sure that Therion goes before the body of Galdera to prevent it from potentially taking out one of your characters. Because of the way the cover mechanics work, it depends on the party order. If I'm not wrong, party order. I don't want party orders be. I believe it's party order. So.
Yeah, I think it's always just like it goes from top to bottom, and then they cover in that order if they have cover. So Ulbrich would always cover for Therion before Primrose would cover, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so. Other than that, you need Pentadance on Therion, and with this route, you need both Pentadance on Therion and Armor Corrosive on the blade to be able to take it out. Plus Pentadance on Therion is required to take out Light Black. So, and between those, you also need to be giving pomegranates to Therion, so that he has enough to launch A-Burst here, and hopefully we don't see anyone go down here. Okay, yeah, Galdera just does nothing, so Therion's just gonna be able to take out the appendages here. And then now we have to pass our turns because we need to wait for Galdera to unlock its shields. And then afterwards, it's just a matter of breaking Galdera and just doing another A-Burst. Chucking the Death Cleaver here.
Yeah, I think here he might not even need to break. He could probably just, or I guess he could break anyway, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't break, you can skip breaking. You would just need Armor Corrosive plus another A-Burst. But breaking gives you full BP replenish, so just really easy. Just break and can take the win from there. So
Very,
GG's
very
to
nice.
Alta and Team Break.
GG's. But yeah, that second phase, I know that there was like a lot of runs in the past that you would kind of just bank on the Maul not doing its magic attack on its first turn, and if it does, it can be kind of devastating. And in older routes that use Windhill's Battlecry, you didn't have like a spare items to really chuck so easily, and it was also just a little bit less consistent. But with the Nightmare Chimera strat that was found, that made it a lot smoother to get through.
Nightmare Chimera is really a lifesaver for this fight because before that, I believe you really needed someone to go before Therion, and you needed Therion to go before the Maw. Otherwise, you would have to really hope that the Maw doesn't wipe your party.
Yeah, the fact that Nightmare Chimera kind of helps you get a free turn on the Maul really helps, and then you can finish them off on the second turn, and that makes it a lot more consistent. Also, like in the past, when Windhill's Battlecry was like the main strategy, you had to collect a ton of weapons along the way, but it still took like two usages of it usually in order to clear it. So it's the same as like what Abers does now, where you do use two. Granted, like we now have to use buffs and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, not to mention that Nightmare Chimera also not Nightmare Chimera. Windhill's Battlecry has a very long animation because you have to use 6 weapons of hits, 6 weapons instead of just one Aber's animation. I believe Aang wanted to go to the tavern there because he took the wrong character out of the party. As we know, Tressa's not a party. Suspiciously looking like a hunter there instead of Tressa. Yeah, so we're gonna head over to this is Victor's Hollow to do this quest now.
Also going to pet the dog in Grandport. So on Eng's side, looks like yeah he's doing the quest. And I didn't see if he had enough money to buy the Viper Dagger. I assume he probably does though, and he'll probably get that along the way.
Yeah, and you should probably you should always have enough money to get the Viper Dagger if you sell items here, which I believe should be faster than picking up the Viper Dagger later anyway. And Egg does have enough money. I believe that discount did give him exactly enough. Not exactly enough, but without the discount, he wouldn't have enough to get Viper Dagger. So by just a hair, but that discount was really helpful for him. And he has enough money to get the adamantine hat later from Angela in Northreach early. So money is pretty good for Egg right now. So just needs to make his way through the rest of the chapters here, and it looks like Alta's going to challenge the
Dire Wolf, I think.
Yeah, the Dire Wolf.
Yeah, this is basically the second strongest enemy in the game after Galdera. Unfortunately, still not that powerful compared to Galdera, but it's a popular like side challenge. Also a marathon incentive in some marathons as well. But a very similar sprite to Prodvitnir from Chapter 2. But also very beefy, like 264,000 or something HP. It's a lot. Yeah, aside from Galdera, this Direwolf, and then there's one other side boss, which is called Devourer of Men, who are like the strongest second and third enemies in the game. They're notorious for casual players who are playing, and they will run across the bosses, and they're just a tier above anything else in the game. These guys are even like this guy's even stronger than the advanced job bosses that we've seen and dealt with up until this point.
Just a little bit of a tidbit for this Primrose Chapter 2. This version of the fight that we see here is actually a very recent version of the fight. Before that, the old fight was to donate BP to Ophelia, use to Nitrous, and then a Holy Light on the second turn. But with this version, instead, we just break Rufus and then use one spell to take him out, which ends up being faster because, again, animations are slow. So just you breaking instead is faster. This cutscene in the middle of the dungeon is also nice because it means that you skip a random encounter here. Yeah, one of the reasons why Primrose's chapters are really fast. I believe this chapter is only like 2 minutes or something. It really goes by really quickly.
Yeah, her chapter 1 is similar, where you just pick her up and go straight into the dungeon and finish it off. So it's very convenient, and I think possibly the fastest chapter 1, but common to use that as well.
Yeah, I believe Primrose Chapter 1 is the fastest, and the dungeon also only has one screen, which is which is shorter than all the other dungeons, which are usually 2 screens.
Yeah, I think that's why she's a common choice in some single story runs when you just need some extra body to pick up, and then her spawn location sometimes is useful too when you finish chapter 1. But yeah. Looks like on the left hand side, Alta's did the Tiny Traveler's glitch and is testing doors to get past, to get probably some powerful axe or something. I don't know. So yeah, moving on to chapter 3 for Enk, making quick progress of a lot of these bosses, and seems to be going smoothly and such.
The fun fact, there's a 5,000 leaf chest here in this dungeon that sometimes will disappear. Not really sure why, but it is there, that red chest over there.
Yeah, this is like one of like the mysteries of Octopath. There's also like some weird jank, like in Victor's Hall you can get a wrong warp that has happened to very, very few runners, but can happen, and no one has any idea why it happens like that. But yeah. Primrose 3 is one of like the longer maps where you're basically almost always gonna get an encounter. I think you do always actually get an encounter, or maybe I'm not sure, but you're very likely to at least. So
Yeah.
you could opt to take the battle if you need the EXP and job points.
Yeah, you pretty much always get an encounter if you don't do the save and quit. You can do a save and quit in between the screens, but there's no point in doing so in this speedrun because it's just faster to run from the encounter. I was going down here, so finishing up on the chapters. Next is Simeon. Back when Cyrus was the main sorcerer, you would have to wait until you defeat his final boss, Lucia, which is 3 hours into the run before you could get your credits break. So with this Ophelia short route with Tressa's start, you'd actually get the 8-minute break in the middle of the run instead, which is for a lot of people that's very well appreciated.
Yeah, the timing of the boss of these of the credits does make a mental difference for sure. You really would like something in the middle of a 4-hour run, not just at the very end. Also, we're running through this dungeon. We didn't mention this earlier, but these NPCs that we're all passing, they have a ton of soulstone. So if anyone wanted to steal like a backup soulstone or something, they're just lying around free for pickings. But obviously, we don't need any at this point. But this was an option, that some other routes would take advantage of. There's even a thieving tips and tricks NPC that you could scrutinize or inquire to increase your steal rate in this dungeon. But it's like partway through. I think it's the previous map that we were just in. Also, before we entered the dungeon too, there was nuts outside. One of like the usher or something NPC has like some large nuts, which are useful because like we're already along the way, and if we're passing the area, we might as well pick up useful nuts anyway.
Yeah, we didn't actually. Good thing that you mentioned the nuts because those are actually pretty important as well. We got the sharp nut. That's for Therion's accuracy. Light Black has a very high evasion rate, so the sharp nut is important to make sure that you can hit her consistently. Even with just the sharp nut, L is not guaranteed to always hit Light Black, as some runners would know. So that's why some runners do end up opting to get the extra sharp M in the Wellspring instead to guarantee that aimers always hits Light Black. The second nut that we get is actually a crit nut. This is important because, like I said, crit gives 1.25 times increase in your damage, and you need a high enough crit stat to guarantee your crits. So how it works is that the crit rate is calculated by taking your crit stat and subtracting the speed stat of the enemy. And if that value is above 200, then that means you always crit. So basically, if you have 200 crit more than your enemy's speed, you always crit.
Yeah, this was found via testing. I believe it was Zero who tested with a script that ran against the bosses over and over with different values and such until he found it or something. But after we found that, that helped with routing a lot of categories and such, because now we know the exact value to aim for and things. And also, in terms of recent developments in the Octopath speedrun community, there's been some work in terms of determining more formulas in the game, like learning like the flee rate or the chance of surprise encounters and such. That all helps in terms of just routing and planning and knowing like the percentages or where to take risks and whatnot. In addition to that, there's also been tools made, like for example, you could check in a map what is the encounter rate or the chance of getting an encounter, and thanks to that, like we know more often, like, oh, this map is perhaps a little dangerous to run, or maybe it's better to do a save and quit and such, just to help the runs and the categories along. It's really just a whole lot of work that a whole bunch of the community members have put into it. So huge shout out to the community and all the people contributing to these.
Yeah, absolutely. Just more about the crit setup that we have. So we actually used the Gareth's Helm of Therion for the final boss fight. The Gareth's Helm is something that we got from Therion's Chapter 3 after defeating Gareth. Gives, I believe, like 78 crit or something. That's huge. And we get it for free just by progressing with the story. So absolutely, we use that on Therion alongside the crit nuts to guarantee that we always crit the blade. That's the main thing we want to crit. Conveniently enough for us, the blade has very low speed stat. I believe it is 65. So which means that we only need 265 crit stat on Therion to guarantee. Shoutouts to Cyrus for going down here. This is annoying because you need Cyrus to be alive for this fight, because he needs the JP from this fight in order to get hang tough for Lucia. So if Ophi doesn't go first, Cyrus has a chance to get struck down by one of the enemies there, and so you have to revive him, which is a little bit annoying. And it's even more annoying because Ophi is supposed to go fast because she's the fastest character with the knowledge staff here, I believe. Oh no, actually no, Therion has the Viper Dagger. But yeah, it's still annoying when Ophi doesn't go first because you kind of put like all the speed gear on your characters to to influence their odds of going faster, and if it doesn't work, then it kind of defeats the purpose of having the speed stat in the first place.
Yeah, speed just very notoriously unreliable in this game. Usually, at least for the very first turn, the first character going, it does seem to make a noticeable difference. But then, in terms of just later turn orders, it's not like very guaranteed or anything. So that's kind of unfortunate. If we could plan out turn orders like very exactly with the speed and the turn order respected speed more often, it could be a little easier to make some scripts and things. But usually we have to just assume worst case turn order when we make battle scripts for bosses and things. I guess something else in addition to the critical formula is also the accuracy formula, which I believe we did also determine. It's basically just like your accuracy versus the enemy's evasion, and you want it to equal that. There is like some minor things, like for example, basic attacks have a modifier, and then some skills have a penalty when you use them. So you just have to keep that in mind. Like for example, for the final boss, I believe we usually use unerring bracelet on Primrose so that she doesn't miss her attacks. That also helps us know like when we might need a little more accuracy for a boss or not, like the points when we've been using unerring bracelets and such.
Nice thing about some of these fights in the later game is that they give pomegranate drops. So Lucian drops a Pom L. Some of the gauntlet fights also drop Pom L, and they also drop revitalizing gems, which you use for the fights. So these are really convenient. Your pomegranate count does somewhat matter for the final gauntlet because you kind of want access to enough pomegranates to give Ophi the 2-turn Balagar's Blade. But yeah, other than that, most of the resources in the run, you naturally acquire them from just finishing the fights. So yeah, unlike Alta, Aang has to lick code Lucia here. But the fight's essentially the same. Elemental Break, put your buffs, and take out Lucia in one attack.
Yeah, that's one really nice thing about the Galdera, right? It really just uses so many things that you get along the way, like the pomegranates and the rev gems, and even like drops from the bosses and things, like the stimulating bracelet from Ophelia Chapter 3's boss battle that's used like way later in when she becomes sorcerer and needs the SP boost and such. And then like other things along the way, like for example, when we were doing the Moonstruck Coast quest, there was a robe that we stole, and that gives SP, and that is actually important for Therian, as his like armor piece, so that he has enough SP to use his attacks. Yeah, just using a lot of the things along the way that are either drops or just naturally accumulated is helpful. Even when we were throwing items in the early game, like in terms of like pomegranates and things, oftentimes it will be a merchant with endless items throwing them, and then we can get like duplications and such. Not all the time, but like sometimes it'll be like that, and then you can get more resources.
So resource management is one of the skills that you kind of want to have when you're going for a more optimized time. Being able to tell when you can skip certain pickups. For example, if you didn't get any pomegranate L dupes in the early game, you would want to steal one from Alphas when you encounter him in either Boulderfall or Sagebridge. Yeah, and if you don't have enough pomegranates in the later game, you would want to steal them from, like, for example, Marsalim or the thief in Chapter 4, for example. So there, and especially Soulstones. How can I forget Soulstones? So little things like this, they do influence your ability to really optimize your time and push your time slower. Another big thing is knowing how to handle random encounters. A lot of the encounters are fixed in the early game, but whether you get ambushed or not, and sometimes the turn order and who the enemy's target, that can affect how your fight goes.
So being able to handle the fights and react accordingly is also a pretty valuable skill to have when you're trying to optimize your times.
Yeah, and also if you're up on encounters, then you might know like, oh, I can skip one here or there, and that can also help save time because every single extra battle, it's obviously slow to take battles, so as many as you can skip within reason. Also, like that's why like in the early game, taking battles is a little less efficient because you would ideally like to take more battles after you get Badge of Friendship to get that 50% buff, because the battles are worth more at that point, and also like after hard worker, that also it just makes a battle a little more efficient.
I did steal a pomegranate M from that NPC there just to make sure that he has enough pomegranates for the gauntlet later.
Yeah, shout out to Enk. He's done a bunch of runs in this whole marathon. And actually, that reminds me. In the Rogues run, I think he stole the same pomegranate as well earlier. So yeah, very helpful member of the community. And shout out to all the relay runners. All of them have done a ton of runs and are great runners and members of the community.
So, oh, I actually gets a really good fight here, where he can break Darius before he takes any action, so that does save a little bit of time over the standard fight, where you would have Darius take some of his actions. But the party is set up here that nobody will go down. There's a very small chance actually that Ophi goes down because with the equipment setup that we have, we cannot guarantee that Ophi doesn't get crit. So if you get unlucky, Ophi can get crit. And if Darius targets her exactly for the second attack and also gets the crit, then Ophi can go down.
Yeah, this boss is pretty notorious in single stories because he starts out with a really powerful AoE attack no matter what for his first action, and it just does a ton of damage, so you really just want to break him before his turn. For this category, obviously we are better geared, so much higher chance of, you know, things going well, but definitely not as easy boss sometimes. Some bosses will just do a single attack on their, like, or you know, a double, but less damage and such. And usually the route is set up in a way that like cover or something else will help protect against that. Like that's the whole idea behind how Esme is done, for example, and also Matthias and things. So a lot of clever and careful routing went into this to make it all work out.
Yeah, so we still have the Force Shield of Darion. So like I said, the Force Shield is really paying off because it protects Darion from getting two-shot by Darius. It's essential for surviving Windhild and also getting two-shot by Red Eye. So a very, very useful piece of equipment for your consistency. But again, there have been routing efforts to route out the Force Shield, which takes about 15 to 18 seconds to get. 15 seconds, again, technically, for the Force Shield, but realistically 18 seconds because you always get the Wind L. But yeah, it's just a very useful piece of equipment to have. And the Adamantine Shield, which we purchased from the start of the run, we've been using that on Tressa. So that's also been essential for her to protect her from the two shots from a lot of bosses, and it's also going to be important for the eye fight because it allows Tressa to survive alongside all her other equipment like the Adamantine Hat and the Sorcerer's Robe. So all of this equipment makes it so that Tressa can survive Searing Orb plus Electrocute with one Healing Great Bunch factored in.
Actually, for the previous route where we used Elemental Rope and skipped the Sorcerer's Rope, this would not have been possible, so there was always a little bit of chance where Tressa can actually go down to the eye fight. There are some workarounds for that, but yeah, they tend to just kind of eat into the time save and not getting the Sorcerer's Rope and skipping the money chest early to begin with. So eventually Sorcerer's Rope did make its way back into the road.
Yeah, because like the highest AoE healing item that we have is the Healing Great Bunch. That 900 HP, it would put Cyrus and Alphen into Hang Tough, but just to have the safety, you know, if we got attacked by the eye, it's nice to know that she falls in the range where if you do heal the 900, then you'll be safe from the next attack. Is good.
You can also use your damage. If you're more experienced, you can use your damage on the first few bosses to check if your equipment setup's correct. So Ophi's equipment setup here is correct. She's doing pretty much what you would expect her to do on the bosses here. So you would know that this Darius fight here would not be a range anymore. Previously with the previous setup where you would have the mental belt on Ophi going into this gauntlet, this Darius fight here would be a range, which would be annoying because sometimes you pass with early characters and then you don't have anyone after Ophi to do the remaining bit of damage, or you have to preemptively damage him, which would lose time if you just hit the range in the first place. And we're also doing Darius before Dragon, which is a minor change from the previous routes. Because getting that extra level from the dragon and then doing Darius second doesn't really affect the damage thresholds. Whereas if you do Darius first and you get an extra level, you can actually have a higher chance of you actually have a chance of one-shotting the dragon here with Balagar's Blade. And even if you don't get the one-shot, it's very close that just a simple few hits from Therion's sword will take it out. So let's see if Ant gets the range here. That's probably very close.
Alright, yeah, looks... Yeah, all 8 of these bosses have been souped up. It's 4 Chapter 3 bosses and 4 Chapter 4 bosses. But obviously they have like the Chapter 4 ones have like twice as much HP, and then the Chapter 3 ones you know, have 3 times as much or whatever. So everything's more powered up, and also like some bosses even change some weaknesses very slightly. Like I know Miguel has a slightly different weakness set, but nothing particularly overwhelmingly dangerous or anything. This is more just I mean, it's nice for EXP and JP, but yeah, it's not like particularly that dangerous for our team here.
It's very essential that we keep the extra experience passive and also the captain's badge on our party right here, because we didn't mention this, but levels also increase your damage, not just by giving you more stats, but also there's a hidden multiplier that scales as your level goes up for your damage. So that's why the XP routing is very, very important and very carefully routed, so that not just Darion hits his level 45, but also we hit as high of a level as possible to make our damage, the damage for the final fights work.
Yeah, and a side thing is also in terms of just the stat gain and such over time, you do gain less stats toward the middle levels, but it is still noticeable, you know, each of the little stats. Also just a fun fact, levels that end in 0 have more of a stat gain leading up to it, and then afterwards they have a smaller stat gain. Like for example, going from 19 to 20 is more stats that you gain versus like 20 to 21. But then as you reapproach like 29 to 30, again it goes back up. So just a fun small trivia thing. Also, for this boss, we pretty much always should have a Shadow Soulstone from Simeon, so that's why it's should be guaranteed to usually have it to use. But also, just if you have other stones, like a Thunder works as well. The ads are weak to Thunder or Shadow. So.
In a pinch, you could probably also use the Injurious Dust with Alphin's Essence of Plum to kill the to break the ads if you really didn't have a stone. Although you would kind of be missing a little bit of damage, but usually that shouldn't matter. But these are just some backups that you could employ if somehow things go wrong or you're missing a resource or somewhere. This fight here, Venom Tooth, used to use Alphin's Concoct. But again, with the idea that animation speed is a little slow, especially with you have to do a little bit of menuing to actually do the concoct menu, might be faster to just put Alphin or Starseer and then use Spear instead to break the Tiger. With the Alphin concoct strat, you'd also always have to defend with Alphin unless you want to burn a Curious Bloom, which would do 3 hits of fire damage. But if you didn't use a Curious Bloom, you have to defend with Therion, sorry, so that he can do 4 hits of Spear with Alphin 2 hits of fire, which means that it's technically less optimal if Ophi was going first on the second turn. We're closing in on the end of the gauntlet for Ankyr. Again, this is Shadow Warner. We want to set up Therion to go down to double strike. So, gonna monitor his HP here. Probably have to do an extra heal with Ophi. Because Alphin's going after the attack here. Yep, so if Alphin's Curse misses after Werner's regular attack, then you don't have to heal. Cause the mist would put Therion above the threshold for Werner's sweep. Also, fun fact, Werner has so little elemental defense that the 5th hit of Balagar's Blade kills. So you actually don't need a 6th hit, but all 6 hits go off regardless because of the animation. Final menu here for Ankh.
Yeah, a lot of really big menus in the Galdera speedrun, and especially for this one, you don't want to mess anything up because of course you have to redo the entire gauntlet if you do. It could be a little bad. But yeah, some of the menu has also already kind of been done in a way. Like for example, when we learned extra experience with Therion, we learned it. We learned it on extra experience on him specifically. And now that we go back to War Master, he's already learned that a little bit. Same, when we had Ophelia learn the Rune Lord skills and such for Elemental Edge, that helps because then you just learn Balagar's Blade and things. Just some nice small things about the route that makes things a little smoother. But yeah.
Going to the final fight for Ankyr. So let's pay attention to our eye turn order again. So it seems that this is a little bit rough actually. There's no one to heal after the eye on the second turn. This is rough. Okay, let's see what Ankh decides to do here.
Yeah, the eye goes back to back. That's...
Yeah, Aang notices that he's unable to heal here, so he kind of just has to hope that the eye doesn't strike one of the members down here at this point. Okay, now we have to hope that Searing Orb hits Ophi. Yeah. Identifies that he has to put Alfrix on Tressa and just hope that Searing Orb does go into Ophi. Nope, it goes into Cyrus, so this will... we'll see what Egg decides. He's going to go for a backup save. Yeah. Yeah, he decides to forfeit the fight. That's very unfortunate because the turn order on the eye is very, very... usually you have someone heal. The eye, for reference, the eye has... I believe the fastest speed it's extremely fast. It's like, I don't know, like 500 speed. I don't know. It's very fast, so it's very likely to go early on in a turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a giant rolling ball, so yeah, very fast.
And it's just stuck in one spot. It's got to be like really fast. Yeah, so fortunately Aang does have a backup save. With the help of glitches, we can actually make a backup save exactly before the final boss fight, so he doesn't have to redo the gauntlet. So, yep, just have to redo the fight here. Yeah, so we really appreciate that the runners did prepare a backup save for the fights, the final fight, because sometimes you do get unlucky and things like this do happen. And there we go, that looks a lot better. So this is pretty much the standard fight here. So Cyrus is able to heal before the eye, and Ophi is going to be able to heal after the eye. So Aang, knowing that, is probably going to set up a rune with Ophi on this turn. And then we have the eye. We have to take a look at the turn order in the last next turn. Ophi is after the eye, so that's perfect. Yeah, so it's a standard eye fight from here.
Yes, unfortunately, Aang is always cursed when he has to do this in a marathon. He knows what he's doing. He just gets unlucky sometimes. So.
Yeah, famously missed like twice or something in a marathon. So not the best of luck when it comes to marathon, but it does provide some extra entertainment. So shouts to Aang for that.
Also, the ad has 50,000, so the damage is like, you know, you get 30,000, you get 21,000-ish from Tressa and then 30,000 from Ophelia just now. So just to show like the routing is like just so nice in terms of just like make sure to hit things and such.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little unlucky if Ophelia goes before Tressa on the fourth turn here. Then you have to sit through an extra elemental break animation, but a very minor time loss. Nice thing is that Ophelia and Tressa are both going first on this last turn, so you don't have to skip Alphen and Cyrus's turns.
Yeah, the backup for this battle also requires an extra cast of Ventus, which is clearly slower, of course, you know, because it's 6 extra animations and also a Holy Light, so minor time save here and there, but makes a difference. It's thanks to like Dry-Sang, if you can get that spell off, helps.
Okay, so we're really hoping for Therion to go before the Maw on this last phase. And then from there, we just have to hope that Aang doesn't get unlucky again with Light Black. Theron does go before the mod. It's great. Theron is after the body on the second turn, and there's no way to put him before the body.
So this is the Dark Flames curse that was mentioned earlier, that just seals magic, but obviously doesn't make a difference to us for this speedrun. Panther Dance, it buffs Aber's, well, it buffs speed, but because Aber's scales off of speed, it essentially buffs Aber's. Yeah. So I guess random thing about Lieblack's AI, if you defeat Maul, usually Lieblack will just loop. If she's not in critical HP, she'll just loop her soul healing ability just indefinitely, just because the battle's bugged.
Aggressive goes on. If Egg might want to use Panther Dance one more time, that's very nice because it moves Therion before the body. Egg knows that no one's gonna go down on this turn, so by putting Therion before the body, he can have an extra. He saves a turn basically because he doesn't have to wait one more turn for Galdera to lower its shields. And from here on, it's just a matter of just like holding the body and then slowly breaking its shields.
Nightmare Chimera is very powerful, so that one will always do like over 90,000, which is what you need. And then the other characters can break, and then Abers will finish. Also, specifically, we're throwing the Death Cleaver that I mentioned early in the game, the highest attack accident that we get access to, and it just does a ton of damage. Because Nightmare Chimera, since it destroys what weapon permanently, the damage from it is actually quadratic, so it's just so powerful. And a very nice, clean Galdera from Enk. So
Nice fight from
GG's.
Egg there.
Okay, so from here we're gonna have Alta Biscuit join us shortly for some closing comments and remarks. Quadra, thank you for helping commentate with me and
Thank you for commentating alongside. Really appreciate your insight into the route and the history.
Yeah, shout out to Quadra. Yeah, shout out to Quadriceps. He's the one who routed this more recently and has just done a ton of content improvements and is the one who made the route that everyone ran today. Yeah.
Hello. All right. All right. You can hear us now. All right. Yeah. GG's. Thank you for the commentary. It was very informative, and I learned a lot from it.
Same from here. GG. Thanks for the commentary.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the commentary. Thank you for helping with the event.
And we didn't miss Lilac this time.
Yeah, I almost
Yeah,
took a risk at the end. I could have bowed with Hanit just to get a few bow misses there. That would have been cool, I guess.
Yeah, you guys killed it out there. Great job, like everyone, and huge efforts, and really nice to see a relay put together online. It's so cool that the community came together to do this.
Yeah. Before we sign off here, I just want to give some thanks and shout outs here. First, thanks to RPG Limit Break for hosting us again, and to Ashen and Sid for helping with giving us the tech stuff for this. Y'all do great work for the RPG community and build us all up, so can't thank you enough for that. I also want to give special thanks to RP2 Night for restreaming this morning. She got real early in her time zone to do this. I can't thank her enough for that. Everybody give her a big thanks for that. I want to thank also everybody who helped me organize the marathon. So RP2 Night again, QT, RP Girl, Uno, Zazu, and a very special thanks to Doid for managing the forms and spreadsheets and really everything in regards to that in the months leading up to it. It made this a lot more streamlined for that. I also want to give thanks to all the runners and commentators this weekend. Y'all killed it. Did a great job showcasing these games, even if it is mean to us sometimes. It's also thanks to all past runners, anybody who's contributed to routes, glitch hunting, testing, documentation, just any of that stuff over the past 8 years has resulted in the runs that you've seen this weekend, and plus many more. It's all big community effort with that, large and small. So thank you all for that. I also want to give just some shout outs to the casual community as well, and as well as the creative community with artists, fan fiction, music, just all of it. Y'all are the reason why the fandom is still alive and thriving today, and I can't really thank you enough for that. And lastly, I want to thank all of you for watching. If you're here sometime this weekend, this series likely means something to you in some, whether big or small, in some form or another. And I'm just happy that we're all able to share that excitement with all of you on the 8th anniversary here. It means a lot. So, with all that being said, we'll sign off here. Thank you all for watching, and thank you for traveling with us.